Sir, nasa office ko ba? Sige, okay na. Live na kami. Okay na.
Version ko nga.
Version ko nga. Okay. Live. Live na kami, sir. Check tayo, sir. Pwede mamaya pa? Ano kami lang? Okay na kami sa video.
LeBron James.
Kailan ba laban mamaya, ano? Bukas ba? Laban?
Game 6.
Sensort din kayo naka-house? Sensort din? Naka-house kayo sensort? Hindi. Sensort kayo?
Dito lang ako kayo labas.
Dito sa UP? Alam ko sensort din kayo eh. Maganda ron eh.
Puno na dun eh.
Ha? Puno na?
Para sa kanina.
Mga participant? Sa kayo naka-house?
Benjamin.
CC?
International. International. Meron pa rin.
IH dito?
Ha?
Ang lakas pa rin eh.
Battery na?
Oo. Ay nakasaksak dyan eh.
Hindi na, binunod ko.
Oh, ano nangyari?
Ang binunod mo? Wala na yung power niyan.
Shit.
Hindi.
Bakit? Ganyan pa.
Outload.
Oh.
Pero nakapasok ako. Dahil lumalabas ako dito ng Abdul. Ano dito?
Paano magkakaroon ng video?
Dahil lumalabas ako.
Pag hindi natin ikinabit.
Bakit?
Ito na yung audio na lang. Audio.
Yan.
Sir, kanina yan na.
Lagyan mo na lang ano, Oli. Huwag na kumamit sa bakal. Talagang
bumuhol na isa.
body ground na yan, hindi na yan ano. Kuryente.
Mukha. Meron pa yung setup.
Boy, kuryente ka na.
Okay na camera.
Doon muna doon natin setup. Doon natin setup. Huwag na showbiz na. Ha? Doon na lang.
Kung mag-iisyon, ikaw magkakamera.
Dahil nakatawan mo yung drone na yan.
Hello. So, pinasok na siya. Tapos, tinanggal na yung power. Pagkahawak niya, meron pa rin. Bumabalik na.
Energizer mo.
Punong-puno pa yan, full charge.
Bawasan mo.
Kami nga po, huwag tayong pumunta. Gawa tayo mga gawin. Ay, gawin. Meron kang naging sa ano, na computer ng format. Yan. Andun din naman yung mga ano mo. Yung week na ginagawa mo every week.
Wala ng power, may kuryente pa.
Wala pa siya. Yung daw sa kabila. Luma na to.
May copy na, boy. Sibang kulitan.
Sibang kulitan.
concert na yan.
Oo, luma na yan. Wait, yan. Yes, yan. Fit. Nice. Check ka muna. Check tayo ng mga email. Check email. Hanggang 18 to eh. Yeah. Hanggang 18 to eh.
LeBron James.
Ano?
Ano yung podium?
Ay, wala po dyan. Contestant lang yun. Tapos
Power na lang tayo kasi maalam bakit?
kaya nga, power na kayo kasi ito. Power na nga.
Ano ba nangyayari? Ba't nakukuryente kayo?
Balik.
May dinidikitan ka doon, ibig sabihin.
Kaya nga ako ano rin.
Ay sa harap ka, wala kang makukunan.
Pero, bakit mo wala? Eh, andun na rin.
Hindi, wala dyan, wala.
Saan?
Sa ugat.
Contestant saka contestant.
Saan ang contestant?
Papel yun, sa papel.
Oh, asan ba yung camera mo?
Ayun. Sa...
Hindi, papel yun.
Sa tayo may contestant.
Nakahanap niya papel.
20 yun.
Ha?
20.
Ah.
Hindi, isa lang naman represent eh.
Hindi.
Ang ayos yun na.
May 5, may 6.
Isa pang papel.
Loko eh.
Wala yun. Wala yun.
Wala naman kayong makunan.
Gagalingan lang niya. Ano, siya magiging.
Kung gagaling na, wala gagalingin nga dyan eh. Nag-monitor na ako audio eh.
Ano sabihin mo? Camera 1, camera 1, camera 2, camera 2.
Tapos mo, 1 ha?
1, 1, 1.
Tapos 1 ulit ha? Tapos ng 1 ulit.
Ano mo siya? Sabihin mo siya dito. Nagturo. Binulong mo na ako ni siya.
Ano ang password ng Mali?
Ha?
Alam nila. Ano yung password ng Mali?
Ito ba? Wi-Fi natin?
Ano yung Mali? Wala. Ay, sa inyo rin. Anong pangalan ng wifi mo?
Hindi lumali po. Hindi lumali. Wi-Fi.
Ayun, hindi yung Mali.
Ang Wi-Fi, ang password ng password.
Kasi magpapagawa na.
Saan ang pre-press yung camera?
Ha?
Saan ang pre-press yung camera?
Hindi na dati.
Doon pa rin?
Ayun, doon na.
Oo.
UD.
UPLB ITC 2016.
Kaya hindi yung binibigay dito sir.
Ah, big time na ko dyan yung bibigat.
Magwa-wifi lang. Magwa-wifi lang mo yan. Hindi ka to.
Hindi mo na mag-TD.
Panalo
TD ako.
caps natin.
Pero pinawisan lang oh.
Meron.
Bakit ako sa inyo?
Sir, okay na.
Nag-uptak lang pawis ko eh.
Lock.
Ay, meron.
LeBron James.
Pwede ako nag-gym play dito.
Kaya basta hindi ka naman libron eh. Wala kang pasweldo.
Pwede nga ako sa play dito.
Pinapasweldo lang yung mga libron.
Pwede nga ako sa play dito.
Libron?
Hindi, gym play dito.
Wala naman labas oh.
Okay sa barbershop po. Air Force
Sir,
One.
dinari siya.
Barbershop. Air Force One.
Galing niya mo. Tabano mo.
Yung mga inventory ko.
Hindi narit yun. Mali. Gawgeta.
Hindi nakaisip ko. Ano naisip ko ba? Ano pa kaya naisip ko ba?
Gawin nga yun.
Si Louis sa si Fred.
Yan, yun.
Ha?
Tatlo na lang kayo. Hindi na kasama.
One cam lang.
This barbershop
Hanggang lang yun.
is
Ay,
probably
di si
located
Louis na lang.
right to Malacat niya. Oo, ito Malacat niya.
Malakas na. Yung may memory pa oh.
God bless this coffee. Bruce Almighty. Okay.
May pasok mo nga sa... Ay, hindi.
Ang galing eh.
Pilihan niya.
Pag wala ako, wag.
Trust it with
Yun ang
peace be
doon ako
with
tayo.
you. Okay.
Meron na ako nun eh. Tayo nila.
For Pilipino yan.
Remember
Oh.
reception.
Here's to you. Okay.
Wag mo na tayo.
Diyos ko.
Diyos ko sa ay.
Hindi na lang.
Hindi ko alam. Binibiro ko.
Yung tanggilan si balik
Sarap
ang
ng
driver eh.
Coca-Cola. Bread pit. Oh. Summa cum laundry. Favorito.
Baseball.
Baseball. Ay, talaga din natin, diba?
Harry Potter.
Harry Potter, the
Galing.
barbershop. Lord of the Rings, laundry shop. No questions. Lord of the Wings. Ano ito na lang.
Ang galing eh.
Band of Brothers. Bruce Lee. So, Hijo de Pita. Looks like Pita siya na.
James Taylor.
James Taylor, okay. Nice to James Taylor. Pinterest. Design Studio. Harry Potter.
Harry Potter.
Harry Potter. Harry Potter. So,
Wash
wash
up.
up. Wash up. Wash up. Wash up. Wash up. Wash up.
Starbucks.
Starbucks. Kala ko na.
Innovation.
Yung ganyan din na Starbucks.
aircon dito.
Meron siya pang gupit eh.
Kumbaga ng pamilya.
Pambukas pa yun.
Tapahod.
Bili ko lang
Napaan.
ito. Tabi-tabi. Ganda ng pagkakapit yan. Init.
Mamapit yan.
Santo na mainit.
Si Janisha yan.
John Lemon. John Lennon yun.
Paano ba? Ayaw tumakot.
Hindi naman kasi hindi yung tulad ng Cubs ko dun sa galing. May putas doon. Matabi nga nito ano eh. Stephen Curry. Mga Cubs din pala sir to eh. Yan. Mga Cubs din. Underdog. Di ba sabi pag hindi Cubs lang kwento? Kasi get na hit sa ball. Gusto man na pag
Pimpinan natin ba ano? Pimpinan. Pero wala may pake.
Okay na?
Yung pang camera na yan. Kulang yung hila.
Hindi pa ko yung libur. Para masignan mo eh.
Pero wag daw po ito daw po. Baka daw po ma-IPR
Ayun na?
Yeah.
sa copyright.
Nakabit na?
Static daw po yung sound. Pero sabi ko kasi wala pa naman.
Wala pa. Naka-play. Sino yan?
Kiko po.
Playback.
Check ko yung live stream ko na.
Playback. Playback nila. Playback nila.
Bakit
Wala pa
pala
tayong
yung
sound.
copyright na pala?
Kahit ba?
Pero wala OG yan, yung playback niyan. Sa inyo.
Ma-static daw eh.
Sa inyo? Yung OG nila?
May static daw.
May copy mo siya. So, kasi, may copy.
Ano daw? May ingay daw. May ingay daw.
Oo,
May
concert ng ano to eh. Yung Regine, yung pinakapasok sa inyo.
Oo ba?
Wala. Naka...
Yun yung concert ng Regine.
Ito lang headset. Headset. Mga headset. Hanggang mga dyan to kung may tunog. Yung streaming. Dito dito. Gusto mo speaker mo?
Yes sir, may
Okay.
ito na kasi yung lagay ng headset dito.
Yung pink.
Ito.
Yeah, yeah. Ano mo kung may maka-static eh. Hinahinam lang ako ito, baka mabingi ka.
Sir,
Volume yan. Pinarinig ka?
wala sir.
Sir, negative kami sir.
Lakas pa rin.
Mark, yung mga mic, kung tama connection natin ko. Oo, kung tama connection dyan. Audio, video.
Ano lang yan? Sa
Tawag mo na yan mo.
Saan lugar yan?
Paano tatanggalin?
Ah, sir, may narinig ako.
Ano? Concert?
Oo.
Saksak mo muna.
Hindi pa naman
Saksak eh. Yung AC.
May ground na agad.
Paano
Hindi, sir, pwede ganyan.
Kung wala akong fight mo yung damit, basahin mo yung damit ko.
Wala pa sa akin yung kable.
Yung third ground na yun.
Ah, may boses.
Ewan nga,
May boses, sir.
Hindi tayo.
Minom ka ng ano?
Internal
Minom ka ng
mic.
Tubig.
Naka-internal mic ka.
Maraming tubig.
Oo.
Di na
Oo,
sir.
kailangan ng fight kasi basahin yung damit ko rin.
Palit ka, basa pala eh. Ba't kasi naligo ka nakadamit eh?
Kalimutan.
Kalimutan tanggalin.
Parang may static.
Tutat kasi.
Ah, itong ano, laptop.
Tagal mo naman ng
Rinig ubo ko eh.
Oo, mga gawin namin. Sarado eh.
Aga-aga ko dyan.
Oo, sarado eh. Yung oras binuksan.
Paano nga ba yung sinabi?
Alas 7 pa sa akin.
Pagtingin ko sa surat, lumalabas sa akin.
Baka naka-mic ka.
Mic.
Nakakap. Akala, may laro ngayon.
Sa mga makikita niya.
Ay, hindi naman makakalaro ka. Si ano?
Bob.
Kita? Oo, hindi na makakalaro talaga. Inano na. Itong laro, itong anong to, wala na talaga.
Screen to.
Ano, kanina, binalita.
Kala ko si Bobit lang.
Bobit kasi, ano, hindi. Pero yung ano, yung suspension. Ano pala siya, no? Si Jing, meron palang fragrant na lago.
Sa OKC. Yung sa OKC nga.
Lahat, marami na pala.
Speed po yan.
Pati sa ano, pati sa Houston.
Parang sarap kung bumira ng pusta.
Saan?
May lalaban pa. Lalo lasting. Yan, nag-normal.
Yung privacy. Fix natin. Microphone privacy.
Wally, may power ka na?
Wala nang static yan, sir. Yan. Narinig yan.
The favorite song! Yeah!
Sir kami, 10 kami nakasama.
Tatagulan sa'yo.
Ano to? Sa rekta ng ano, recorder.
Cancel ako, sir.
Ha?
Tignan niyo po yung paano sa atin, sir. Parang ilang minuto lang.
Hindi, playback yan eh. Playback tayo eh.
Ha?
Playback tayo. Baka isa yan. Tayo.
Audio video.
Oo nga po. Ito po yung audio po namin dalawa pong left and right.
Kailan ba sa hindi tayo marinig?
Mark, narinig tayo.
Naririnig po tayo.
Oo.
Di may internal mic na naka-on.
Yung mapalitan mo na.
Sige po.
Yeah, nagbinig yung audio. Baka magkamali yun ah.
Apa.
Yan ang audio nandiyan. Yan yun ah.
Yan, yan.
Yun yun. Okay.
Meron pa rin.
Yan dumutugtog ah.
Rinig pa rin po eh, yung mga tayo po. Rinig.
Ito audio ko.
Ang problema yung live stream po namin.
Yung kable niya, palitan na lang natin. Ito, galing dito ano eh. Recorder eh.
Ano po
Mali, mali ba? Ano yung static? Hindi, narinig tayo.
Naririnig po tayo.
Narinig tayo. Narinig tayo eh. Eh baka naka-on yung ano nyo?
Ito po sa internal mic lang, sir. Oh.
Oo. Narinig tayo. Hindi, baka naka-on na kayo lahat? Ano ba to?
Sige, sir. No.
Ano yung...
Ito lang po
Yan
yung
yan.
ano, dalawang volume po na master.
Ayan lang. Concert ulit. Boss, concert nga. Ito ba? Yan.
Yan.
Dinig pa rin po.
Meron pa rin tayong boses. Ba't tayo narinig? Bin audio yun sa inyo. Yung mic mo kung nakabukas. Ano ba nakapasok?
Hindi, sir. Ano naman po tayo ng to eh.
Ano number pinasukan?
Parang
Yung sa video po.
nakikiano lang po ako.
Number 2 po.
Live stream.
Ito, sa
Kaya
2
wala po.
video.
Yung audio.
Yung audio po.
Dyan, wala.
Ano, sir? Wala.
Meron po.
Left and right.
Tapos natin inibutan. 1, 2, 1. Ito. Ito.
Ito lang, sir, lahat ko yan. Ito lang mga po.
Yan, yun yung Odyssey na nga.
Pero maganda na yung sir yung tunog.
Medyo
Hindi dito
mahina.
nagaling sa kanina eh. Sa kanina nagaling
Medyo
yun.
mahina daw, sir.
Medyo mahina sir.
Yan.
Tao nila yung nagsasalita eh.
Baka may mga bukas na mic
Okay, wala.
sa kanila.
Ay, mga bukas na mic.
May mga bukas na mic na, di ba?
Eh, bakit pumapasok ko dyan? Eh, wala pa naman lumalabas sa ere.
Kaya nga ito, eh, yung tugtog na dapat pumapasok eh.
Ano yung mga boses sa atin?
Sa atin lang po yung mga
Ang
boses.
ating boses eh.
Dito sir ba yung settings?
Kung may bukas na mic
Dapat ang pumasok dyan kung ano lang yung lumalabas sa
Oo,
house.
kasi yung lumalabas sa house eh, pumapasok sa ano, sa headset ko. O yan, pumapasok sa headset ko.
Live streaming standard eh.
Yung playback, yung playback.
Rinig ang ubo eh.
Ayan.
Playback device. Ito nga. Sound check. Sound check.
Rinig ko na, papower ko na. Ito ang mga lalagay sa
Magbalik mo call na naman. Tinawag na ako kuryente. Parang mo naman. Naligo ka.
Ayan na.
power na yan, Apol ha. Ang galing mo na yung power sa katawan mo. Wala pa?
Rinig ko pa rin kayo, sir.
Sa microphone, disable ko.
Sige, sige mo na natin.
Saan ba nanggagaling?
Ito po eh.
Ito, sir. Dito, sir.
Eh, bukas yung ano mo. Bukas yung
Internal mic po.
internal mic na ito.
Enough po ito. Ito po on ng internal mic ng Roland.
Ang dapat, ang mamomonitor mo kung alin lang yung lumalabas sa speaker. Pag incidental ang lumalabas dyan, may meron kang nakabukas dito.
Saksak mo yung speaker mo, Mac. Tingin ko wala sa laptop natin eh.
Wala.
Oo, may narinig ka pa.
Kukunin lang natin eh.
Patayin mo muna yung pumapasok.
Sound check,
Teka.
sound check, sound check.
Ano to?
Sound
Ito po
check.
yung pinaka-master ko ng sound sa audio.
Meron pa rin.
Meron pa rin.
Oh, yan, meron.
Sound check, sound check.
Meron pa rin sir.
Oh, kita mo, wala na patay na sa inyo, oh. May pumapasok pa rin, oh. Diyan yun. Sa laptop yung natidinig mo, oh.
Oo, yun o, patay na lahat dyan.
Patay na yung switcher mo, oh.
Okay po.
Wala nyo.
Internal mic lang ng laptop siguro.
Kasi yan, kung ano lumalabas sa speaker, yan lang dapat
Oo.
ma-record mo.
Budget eh.
Eh, nandiyan na nga rin, eh.
Ewan ko eh, ba't hindi pa gamitin eh?
Ayan nga. Makulaan pa kaya, baka kala, LED niya yan, eh.
Meron pa rin.
Pero pati mo na yun ito. Hindi ba nakauna? Hindi nakauna, hindi nakauna.
Ah, patay. Pakiwan na, sir.
Hindi na, ano, wala na yung pumapasok? Oh.
Wala na.
Oh, ayan, oh. Ano pumapasok ngayon? Tugtog?
Wala sir, wala akong marinig.
Hindi, nakadisable.
Teka muna.
Tinatanong ko sa labas.
Hindi, ito, ano naka-input dito?
Live stream na po yan, sir.
Oh, dyan yung i-monitor.
Oo, parang ito, walang ano to eh. Walang connect.
Wala kang input eh.
Hindi, ayan. Ayan, oh.
Out nila, wala oh.
Oo, kasi dito ako nakikilag-string lang ako eh.
Papunta po sa controller po namin sa laptop.
Dapat nga walang ginagawa
Ito po, OGBT na yan.
Ito po yung sa video. Ito po isang link.
O yung out yung maganda doon.
Asan yung out nyo?
Papasok na po siya dito sa USB.
Ano yun na meron?
OGBT na yan.
Yes pa.
Oo.
Sabi ko, yun, yun, yun.
Oh, yan na.
nag-host po ng
Sound check, sound check, sound check. Sound check, sound check. Sound check. Sound check.
Bukas yung mic incidental.
Sound check, sound check. Meron pa rin ako. Oh, meron pa rin ako.
Yan tama yung level ni ano.
Sound check, sound check.
Tama yung level oh, hindi pumupula oh.
meron pa rin sir.
Oh, meron pa rin ako. Oh.
Iwarin nyo yan din dito.
Huwag mong galawin yung sa live, huwag mong galawin yung lumalabas, yung umi-input dyan. Ganito lang pag-detect niyan.
Ano na yan?
Tawag mo kay, kay John, ba't may lumalabas tayo sound? Ako sa telepono pala.
Hindi lumalabas na ano? Micro.
Oo,
Ano
lumalabas.
na mic?
Narinig tayo.
Sabi, dito may may naka-anong mic.
Stop nyo muna sir. Ngayon sa ano?
Sir, baka pwedeng stop.
Sa audio. Stop.
Kasi wala na vlog. Kahapon wala naman tayong setup.
We value clean, fresh air. Tell me, did we value all the years? And did we embrace all the fears? Now is the time just to be yourself. Why everybody wanna be someone else? Just a few questions that I'd like to ask if I get the chance to visit me in the past. Just a few questions that I'd like to ask if I get the chance to visit me in the past.
Okay, 1, 2, 2. Ito yung gagawin ko sa presentation na. Diyan. Nandyan sa kulay blue na box. Diyan sa may ano. Tabi ng control ni Waldo. Test mic. 1, 2, 3. Test mic. 1, 2, 3. Check, check. Hello, test. Test mic. Check.
Are we all ready? Magandang umaga po. Foreign participants, please say it with me. Magandang umaga po. Magandang umaga po. Foreign participants, say it again, louder. Magandang umaga po. Okay. So now you know how to greet good morning in Filipino. May baon na kayo. So good morning everyone. I'm Randy Sasota and I'll be the facilitator of today's group project pitching. This is one of the important components of the APTJSO. In the past few days, you have been immersed through various activities such as field exposures and lectures. And now you are expected to come up with a project proposal to answer a research question or resolve a certain problem in your community or school or a place of concern. Your project should be relevant to this year's project pitching theme, protection and conservation of the rainforest. As discussed during the orientation, the weight of this project pitching accounts for 40% of your overall performance in this competition. Though you are grouped by mixed participating teams to enhance international collaboration, each delegate will gain his or her points individually, which will be taken correspondingly from the group he or she belongs, and then the points will be added to his or her team. But before we proceed to the guidelines and set of criteria for the project pitching, let me introduce to you our distinguished board of judges. Our first judge is an outstanding young scientist awardee of the Philippines National Academy of Science and Technology, or NAST, in 2003. He is a professor of the University of the Philippines, Los Banos, and also a UP Scientist 1, a director of Makiling Center of Mountain Ecosystems. He is also a former chair of the National Research Council of the Philippines Agriculture and Forestry Division. He is recognized for his significant work in the field of forestry engineering, specifically in the development of tools, techniques in managing and visualizing environmental and natural resources data and information through the use of GIS and remote sensing technologies. Friends, let's give a hand to Dr. Nathaniel Bantayan. Our second judge is a University Science 2 of the Forestry Development Center of UPLB. She is known for her pioneering work on carbon stack assessment. She holds a PhD degree in silviculture and forest influences from UPLB. Her studies on greenhouse gas inventory for the forestry sector and the first integrated assessment of climate change impacts, vulnerability, and adaptation in watershed areas contributed on the scientific information in climate change and environmental forestry. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Florencia Pulhin. Our third judge is a University of the Philippines Scientist 2 of the Institute of Biological Science of UPLB. She was recognized for her significant studies in grassland ecology. She also received the 2014 NAST Environmental Science Award in recognition of her groundbreaking work on Laguna Lakehead Program, which manages environmental risks for sustainable food and health security in watershed planning in the Laguna Lake region. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Damasa Magkale Makandog. Our last and definitely not the least judge is the former Chancellor of UPLB. He received this year's Environmental Science Award from the National Academy of Science and Technology. He is a full professor at UPLB and University of the Philippines Scientist 3. He is also a recipient of Achievement Award from the National Research Council of the Philippines in 2009. He is the chairman of the 5th APT-JSO Technical Rules Committee. Friends, let us give a hand to Dr. Victor Rex Cruz. Dr. Rex Victor Cruz, rather. Let's give again a round of applause to our distinguished Board of Judges. Let us now go through our criteria for judging. Knowledge of subject matter for the speakers, 40 points. Oral delivery of the speakers, 30 points. Quality of visual aid or presentation, 20 points. And time management for the oral presentation, 10 points. That's for a total of 100 points. Let me discuss as well some guidelines in presenting your projects. Every group is given 10 minutes to pitch their project. Another 5 minutes will be allocated for question and answer. The Board of Judges will act as the jury during the question and answer. Basically, the questions will be about the feasibility of the project or research. Please follow the time allocated. Also, groups who have not yet presented their projects are not allowed to listen to other groups' presentations. Groups who have not yet presented will wait their turns at the art gallery. Teacher delegates will join the audience at all times. The sequence of the project presentation is predetermined and already set. The first set of presenters for this morning are the following: Group Nara, Group Molave, Group Camagong, Group Apitong, and Group Tindalo. For the second set of presenters after lunch break, we have Group Kawayan, Kawayan Kiling rather, Group Anahaw, and Group Baktikan. The last set of presenters after the afternoon snacks are the following: Group Jade Vine, Group Almasiga, Group Pagsahingin, and Group Agoho. Make sure that all groups have already given beforehand their PowerPoint presentation to Mr. Tuason, the technical staff in charge. Before we proceed to project pitching proper, we will have a 30-minute break for snacks. All delegates and Board of Judges are requested to proceed to the art gallery. Are the snacks ready now? Or shall we proceed? Okay? We have to bring them first to the art gallery, the delegates. So the first presenter would remain here, the group Nara. So other delegates except the first group, Group Nara, will proceed to the art gallery. Yeah, the coaches or teachers will stay here as audience. So we are live on the internet via live streaming. just type in the URL www.streaming.uplb.edu.ph. This is made possible by Office of the Vice Chancellor for Planning and Development, Information and Technology Center, DOST ASTI, Advanced Science and Technology Institute. So we are live on the internet via live streaming. Group Nara, are you ready? Let's wait for the other delegates to go to art gallery. Other delegates, please proceed to the art gallery. Ushers, please direct them to the art gallery. Volunteers, except for the first group, Group Nara, please remain. Other delegates, please leave the hall now so that we could start. You can do that at the art gallery. Volunteers, please direct them to the art gallery now. So may I call in the first group to present their project, Group Nara. Group Nara is composed of the following. My apologies in advance if in case I mispronounce your names. Tha Sheni of Cambodia, Fu Heng of China, Pranada Ata Yudanto of Indonesia, Tifafon Odomvilay of Lao PDR, TJ Giles Ramos Johnson of the Philippines, Thanamon Odomphon Faibun of Thailand, and Hong Xiong Kwon of Korea. Presenter or presenters, you may come up the stage now. Group Nara, presenter.
we're from Group Nara, the first presenter of this night. I'm Hong Sung Kwon from Korea, and
I'm TG Gals Ramos Johnson from Philippines.
now for our topic of our present is improved vertical farming. Now the table of the contents are introduction, objectives,
methodology, and finally, to sum it all up, we have a summary.
Now, as an introduction, there is deforestations all over the world. The causes of deforestations can be agricultural activities like plantations or slash and burn farming, or urbanization to make more farm to cities for lands. Also, underlying causes are poverty and economic development. Now, as we can see in this graph, this is a graph of deforested area in all over the world.
In thousands of hectares, so the unit at the bottom is in thousands of hectares.
Now, as a graph, you can see Brazil has the most deforested area, followed by Indonesia, Sudan, Myanmar, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Zambia, Tanzania, etc.
Next. So here we have 3 graphs showing the major cause or the driver of deforestation. So the one on the color orange represents agriculture for commercial purposes, and the color blue on top of the orange bar represents agriculture for land, for personal, local purposes. So as you can see, the main cause of deforestation, most of them, is agricultural reasons. So forests are being cut down in order to turn it into agricultural land for plants and pasture.
As objectives, we need to find suitable solutions to deforestation brought by agriculture. To find a way to innovative vertical farm designs to use farmers and not to hurt any environment of the earth. Also, to use new vertical farm to reduce agricultural land usage. Now,
so our method for attacking the problem of deforestation through agriculture is vertical farming. So vertical farming is basically the practice of producing food in vertically or vertically inclined stacked layers. So imagine a farm, but instead of plants being planted in a row, you stack them on top of one another, but leaving enough space for them to grow and be usable to us. So vertical farming has some benefits. So one of the benefits of vertical farming, and the main reason why vertical farming is being developed, is that it covers less land area. Since land area only refers to the land on earth, the surface area covered by your farm, you could always increase the height of your vertical farm to get a higher result, but still cover the same land area, though you are not covering the same volume, but the remaining land area can be put into good use if vertical farming is done. It's also efficient at conserving water, because when using vertical farm, you could water it by letting the drip irrigation method. So the drip irrigation method is basically the method where you constantly add drop-wise amount of water with some fertilizers mixed in maybe, and yeah. So vertical farming is also capable of fertigation. Fertigation is the process in which fertilizer is directly added to the soil or probably in the water, so have a water fertilizer solution. And vertical farming is also portable. Next. Next. So, in order to do our project, we need to design a vertical farming that has low-cost materials. So one example of that is wood. Since here in the Philippines, you have a lot of scrap wood, and it should be made by the average farmer. So that this will be put into at its optimal usage if the average farmer can make it. So one example for those materials are wood and PET bottles. Next. So here we have two figures. One figure shows the modern vertical farming, and it costs a lot actually because you see parameters are being controlled in the room. Our design would be simple, it's just a wooden frame, but you're capable of stacking soil and plants. So when the vegetation's there, it's gonna be exposed in an open area, just like in the normal field. But what you get from this vertical farming method is that you get to save space. So in this, we also added like mechanisms to improve the efficiency of this device, like drip irrigation to conserve water. We also use we added water basins to collect runoff water and rainwater, and the storage there can be vertigated. Next, so in summary, vertical farming can greatly reduce land area taken by agriculture and allow reforesting in the cleared area. Given that this will be implemented in countries with high agricultural area, we can reduce the land used for agriculture with a maximum multiplier of 0.5. What this means is that the multiplier, given that before using vertical farming, use a certain land area, but if you use vertical farming, you multiply a certain multiplier to it, and that will be your new area use. 0.5 represents the value if you use vertical farming with 2 layers. That means stacking the other half of your farm into another. So reducing the land area use. The formula for getting the amount of space after using the vertical farm is just 1 over the total number of stacks. So if you have 10 stacks, you'll reduce your land usage by 90%. So 90% of the land is free if you use vertical farming with 10 stacks. So here you can see that vertical farming is really good because it provides land area while still maintaining the yield for farming, because you're not reducing the number of plants you're gonna harvest, but you're reducing the area being used. So the land area that was freed through vertical farming can now be used to reforest, to further expand the forest and hopefully make the rainforest replenish in certain areas. So that is it, our vertical farming project.
Thank you, Group Nara. Other members may now join at the center of the stage. You can stay here so that you could face the judges. Now the floor is open for questions from the Board of Judges.
Hello. So thank you, TG and Hawk, for that very good presentation. My first question is, what are the crops that you can plant or raise using this vertical farming?
Crops that grows not high. You can only plant crops like, for example, root crops, because they don't generally occupy tall height. They're not generally tall. So if you plant tall crops, like for example, maybe corn, this vertical farming method cannot be used because the space, it can still be used, but it will be higher. The space between one layer to another should be bigger. So if you want to optimize the amount of plants you could farm in, let's say, a certain height, like let's say this height, you could plant small vegetation like root crops in order to maximize your yield.
Following on that question and on that answer, do you think sweet potatoes or potato can be, because you show that you have to use bottles, small bottles?
The bottles are used for the drip irrigation. So they're used for storing the water. In what the platform would look like is that you have those poles. You have a platform where you're gonna put the soil, then plant the crops. Then the water bottles, those you could recycle them. You could, that once cleaned, you could use them to store water and use them for like fertigation, where you add like ammonia for fertilizer.
So you will not be using it for planting.
Planting.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have any idea on how much will it cost, like for a certain area? If you really, if it is, because you mentioned that it is affordable by small scale farmers.
Yes, if your farm, let's say, is just like the backyard, it's really affordable because used materials can be recycled. For example, the bottles, you could recycle it, and if you have like spare hose to connect the bottles, the wood part can be changed to another low-cost material you could afford, or if you can't afford just a sturdy material so that you could build the base, you could use scrap wood in building that thing. Doesn't necessarily mean that you need to spend expensive, like large amounts of money to buy the best quality wood you can. Just enough to hold the crops, because if the device is taken care, it will serve you for a longer time.
Congratulations on your presentation. May I ask how you relate this project to the theme of this year's Odyssey, in particular climate change?
The theme said in the circular is to protect and conserve rainforests. So we have established reserves, but that's not enough, because there's still some rainforests left out in the open. In our rapidly our population is rapidly increasing, so agriculture needs to be developed in order to feed the population. But agriculture often takes huge land areas, so that is some farmers will resort to cutting down rainforests. By using vertical farming methods, they could use less space and leave the rainforest untouched.
Yeah, congratulations and good job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Group Nara. Thank you, Board of Judges. Now we move on to the next presenter. The next group to present their project is Group Molave. The members of Group Molave are Mark Eli Alcid Namor of the Philippines, Pureno Triapon of Thailand, Hao Sin Lin of China, Ella Maria Lindgren of Sweden, Patricia Nor Sabrina Amiraz of Malaysia, Surya Dewi Gracia, Vanessa of Indonesia, and Shen Po Su of Chinese Taipei. So they are on their way to the hall. So while waiting, we are live on the internet via live streaming. Just type in www.stream streaming.uplb.edu.ph. This is made possible by Office of the Vice Chancellor for Planning and Development, or OVCPD, and also by Information and Technology Center, or ITC, and DOST ASTI, or Advanced Science and Technology Institute. Here they go. Group Molave. Presenters, please come up the stage. During the question and answer, all members are encouraged to answer, not only the presenters. They are presenting as a group. You may now go at the center of the stage. The other day you may stay at there. To the other side. To the other side. You stay here. Who will present? Who will have the first one? That's a big.
So, good morning everyone. We are Group Molave and we are here to present our project proposal about how to protect the rainforest. In particular, we are aiming to protect the rainforest by preventing or at least mitigating the effects of illegal logging using a device called a rainforest monitoring system, which we will talk about in depth later. So first, we will tell you about why do we need to protect the rainforest in the first place. So.
Rainforest is important to animals as it provides habitat to them. And a rainforest covers only 6% of the earth, but amazingly, they account for half of existing animals exist. And it is important, the rainforest is important as well for humans. Because from medicines to chocolates to papers, we really depend on rainforest. And research shows that about 70% of the rainforest, 70% of the anti-cancer anti-cancer plants found comes from the rainforest. So, as an example, the anti-cancer plants that we found from the rainforest is the rosy periwinkle that comes from the Madagascar's rainforest, and it contains an anti-cancer properties that can also treat diabetes.
Okay, then the rainforest and the vegetation climate. Everyone knows that the rainforest is called the lungs of the earth. However, what is the impact of the rainforest on the global climate change? Through the comparative analysis of the data of average daily temperature between 1994 to 2015, we found that the difference of the daily temperature is 7.09 degrees, which is far less than average difference average temperature difference in city, 9.82 degrees. So that the rainforest have a stable temperature, and it has the ability of decreasing the temperature difference. Through the comparisons between the rainforest and the city's temperature change, we discovered that the rainforest are capable of adjusting the temperature. And there are also some of the literature which shows that the global climate, the global temperature will rise extremely fast if without the rainforest, which can easily cause continuous natural disasters, for instance, flood, tornado. It means that the effect of the rainforest is vital for the global climate.
So first, after that, what are the main threats to our rainforest? We are 2% too. I mean, first will be the deforestation. Deforestation is defined as the act of clearing a forest area for human purposes such as agriculture and urbanization and stuff like that. So much of these deforestation comes from illegal logging, which is why we are trying to prevent the illegal logging. Monitoring illegal logging can be a great way to prevent deforestation. So these are the causes of deforestation as part of illegal logging. The growing demand for housing is very, very alarming since we need timber and lumber for making houses. So the amount of underground buyers or underground sellers of these natural resources will result to more and more companies and groups trying to be tempted to perform illegal logging. Yeah, as I've said, logging and cutting down timber is the main cause of deforestation. And as I've said a while ago, agricultural activities account for many acts of deforestation. So these are the impacts of deforestation, like we have here climate imbalance, wildlife extinction, reduced biodiversity, floods, soil erosion, and global warming. Since rainforests are critical and vital in natural cycles and other stuff like that, the loss of our rainforest would mean drastic impacts and blows to our ecosystem that it is very hard to recover from.
The second main problem is low biodiversity. Low biodiversity is mean a single species will come extinct. So if the one or more creatures from this ecosystem have removed, it will have a bad impact because of the interdependence of the species. So if the rainforests are low biodiversity, by human or other reason, the food chain or the ecosystem will not complete, and so creatures would lose them sort of food and go extinct. Because the rainforest decreasing if we don't resolve this problem. Maybe in the future the rainforest will turn to the desert.
Each year, we discard about 130 millions of phones. So, yeah, if we can use them, reuse them, and helping to protect the forest, and that would be perfect. Yeah. So we come up with an idea about putting solar panels, batteries, and old phones together, and that forms a new module that can also called monitoring RMS, about rainforest monitoring system. Next. Combine about solar panels, temperature sensor, so it can sense the climate and trees growth. An old phone, yeah, the trash that people don't want. That's our picture. It's about a solar panel is about $3 and a cell phone because it's cheap, so it's about $0.5. Yeah. Next. Yeah. Next. Yeah. You have about $7 in total, so and that would be cheap. Yeah. Next.
So the functions of the device in particular are it works by monitoring external influences. So to elaborate in depth, the device works by monitoring the illegal logging activities in rainforests by use of sound. For example, if the device hears a sound like similar to a chainsaw, it will alert a nearby authority concerned with the environment so that they can prosecute and prevent the illegal loggers from continuing on. So, and also the device monitors the physical properties of the rainforest, such as the temperature, the humidity, and stuff like that. So we can monitor the conditions in the rainforest itself so that the authorities, like the DNR, Department of Natural Resources, could perform the necessary actions to mitigate the effects of said conditions. So we know that this simple alarm system would not ensure the elimination of all illegal loggers. So apart from this, if you say, for example, trigger an alarm, then the illegal loggers could have escaped. So the protocol would be that to place the device in the said area, deforested area, and to tighten the security in the deforested area, and to reforest the said area so that the impacts of the illegal loggers could be minimalized, and the physical attributes would have to monitor the growth and the progress of these said plants. So our time is up, so thank you for listening, everyone.
Thank you, Group Molave. The Board of Judges may now ask their questions.
Yeah, congratulations. Good presentation, good idea. Can you explain once more how are you going to use the cell phone for monitoring? What will be the purpose of the used cell phones?
The purpose of the phone is to alert the the authorities, as I've said, in nearby areas by way of text, like that, something like that. Or if the cell phone has a web function, we can engineer it so that it can connect to the web and feed an alert to the system of the said authority.
Who will do the monitoring? Who will do the monitoring of the rainforest or the illegal activities in the forest?
We were hoping that a particular an NGO, if possible, or even the government, like as I've said, the Department of Natural Resources, if they would be willing to collaborate with this idea, I mean, yeah. So they would be able to monitor and prevent the illegal loggers from continuing on their bad ways.
Okay, so you mentioned something about the electronic waste, the used cell phones, and you have mentioned something about recycling the used cell phones. So could you please explain further how you're going to recycle that and how it can be used in the monitoring of the deforestation? Thank you.
Because some of the phones are not really, it's not working, so it may work. So people just wanted to change their phone and they throw the old phones away. So the old phone may be perfectly working, so it can connect to the web and do the monitoring job.
Congratulations, again, wonderful idea. There's something, a system similar to this is being done for monitoring wildlife. And we monitor through cell phones our water level here in Mount Makiling. And the water level is sent automatically via SMS to a server in the OST. But my question is, it's a difficult job we're doing, protecting the forest against illegal activities. So my question is, how will you ensure that our gadgets, when they are installed, will be secure or will not be vandalized?
We had an idea a while back about that. As in the presentation, we mentioned about a solar panel incorporated. So that means we need to put it in a relatively high place so that it can collect sunlight. So the fact that it is in a high place means it is very difficult to vandalize and destroy the machine and stuff.
Thank you, Group Mulave. Thank you, Board of Judges. Okay, the next group to pitch their project is Group Camagong. Group Camagong is consisted of the following: Hannah Karen Limon Duque of the Philippines, Carl Johannes Pape of Sweden, Raxmay F of Cambodia, Wayan Phio O of Myanmar, Loiplai Chanai Chida of Thailand, Maud Arinor Shahida Hanim of Malaysia, and Yudomo Afar Brahmansho of Indonesia. Again, my apologies if I mispronounce your names. You may now come up the stage, presenters. One half of the group will be staying in this side and the other half at the other side. Again, everyone is encouraged to participate rather in the Q&A.
Hello, judges, students, participants, everyone. We hope that you are having a great day so far. Are you having a great day? Come on, I can't hear you. Yeah, good. Okay, we are Group Kamagong and are here to present a rather weird solution to conserving rainforest. But we hope that you will understand our reasoning. So, we wanted everyone in our group to participate, so maybe it will be a little hard to follow through, but I think it will work out fine. So, environmental friendly burgers. What on earth could that mean? Well, to explain our thoughts around this statement and reasoning, we have to introduce you to how we came up with this idea. So how could we conserve more rainforest, we thought to ourselves? Well, one of the biggest reasons that we are losing rainforest today is because of human deforestation. One of the biggest reasons or causes of deforestation is clearing rainforest for cattle ranches, especially in the Amazons. This is right now to meet up with the high demands, on the high increasing demands from the world for a sheep protein source and meat.
With the population increasing and the demand rising, demands of sheep protein sources rising, even more rainforest could be cut down to make space for cattle ranches. To conserve large amounts of rainforest, we therefore have to create a cheap, environmentally friendly and effective way to supply people with a protein source. So what do we suggest? Synthetic meat from mealworms. So what is this? Well, it's basically synthetic meat made out of a protein extracted from mealworms. This is a very environmentally friendly and effective way to create a supply protein. Since farming of worms require little space, so more rainforest won't have to be cut down. Worms don't release methane into atmosphere like cows, and worms don't require as much water as cattle. This idea helps conserve rainforest because it reduces the amount of space needed to supply the world with the protein source.
This makes it so that farmers don't have to cut down more rainforests to make space for more cattle ranches. But they can instead decrease the space used for cattle ranches because farming of mealworms takes such little space while still maintaining high effectiveness. This could in turn lead to open land areas that can be used for future.
We would therefore like to propose to this company our idea about fast food burger made out of mealworm protein from mealworm farm that would replace cattle ranches with a contact would imply environment friendly and forest product burger. One of the best things the farm are the low starting price. Insect farm in Thailand cost about $600 to start up, and the mealworm farm would probably land at about the same here. Well, the cost of just one curl could be up to 140 $140 and larger space and more food in need. So, what are some problems with the idea? First, how do we market this idea through fast food company?
So we'll be giving you first a quick run through to our present project. So our project is mostly concerned about culturing mealworms, as you can see in the images here in the presentation. So mealworms are an alternative protein source that many people have utilized as an alternative to actual meat supplies. So in here we opted to use mealworms as an alternative supply to reduce the amount of forested areas being depleted due to cattle ranching, which is one of the leading causes, as you have seen earlier, of deforestation. So next slide, please. Here we have a basic methodology of how our project goes through. So first, it's pretty simple. It follows through the life cycle of a mealworm or a dark-like beetle. So here we first incubate the eggs and harvest the larvae. Since the larvae is the main product of our project. So the larvae is utilized to produce meat, while other larvae may be also used to propagate more mealworms in our culture. So next slide. So here we opted to integrate vertical systems into the concept of mealworm farming. So how exactly does vertical systems work? So first, let's discuss how mealworm farming is in itself cost efficient. So it's low cost and efficient, and it only requires minimum requirements in space and operation cost. This is because mealworms only subsist on simple organic matter such as waste food, and the maintenance of mealworm cultures doesn't really cost that much, as opposed to cattle ranching, which costs a lot of area and also a lot of manpower to look over the system. So next slide. Vertical systems as an innovative agriculture can be adapted into mealworm farming. So here we opted to also reduce space for mealworm farming. We opted to stack the mealworm cultures vertically. So next. Since with that idea in mind, it's pretty simple to implement, since mealworms do not compete much for sunlight, as opposed to vertical agriculture when plants need sunlight. So the spacing between the layers of plants is really large. So they could in mealworm farming, the layers could be stacked with minimum vertical space in between. Next, please. So according to measurements by mealworm farmers, it takes like one layer with a base area of 20 square meters with a height of about 10 centimeters, so a total volume of 2 cubic meters, to produce 48 kilograms of mealworms each month. So all in all, if that were integrated into a complete mealworm farming system, a typical farm would be able to produce around 480 kilograms of meat per day. So that's a pretty large amount and could be able to sustain the needs. If this were to be implemented in a global scale, this would be able to sustain the needs of many people as well. So here we have an image of what we meant by vertical stacking. So as you can see here, it's pretty compact and space efficient, cost efficient.
Okay, time's up. Thank you, Group Kamagong. The floor is now open for questions from the Board of Judges.
Okay, so thank you for your interesting presentation. I would just like to ask, are you aware of any commercial product that available in the market now using mealworm as protein source? That's for human consumption, isn't it? That's the one you're, okay? So,
There are currently establishments, especially as I've seen in the Netherlands and several in the United States, that utilize mealworms as a alternative to actual meat. So they serve gourmet mealworm food, although the serving sizes are appropriate to the protein content of the mealworm, since they contain around the same amount of protein as in eggs. So yeah, the serving sizes are pretty small.
Are there...
I have a small question. I'm very interested in this, but can you help me convince my kids to eat this? So, for instance, what would be a program that you will, propose to convince the kids, eat this, this is good for you?
I would say that the best way to propose this was to maybe provide free samples and show that it's not disgusting actually. You're not actually eating worms, you're only eating the protein that is extracted from the worms. So you won't be getting like a mashed up worm burger. It will look just like meat, and just like meat, it will taste like it. Probably the seasonings would provide the taste. So
All right, that's it. Thank you very much. Good job.
Thank you, Group Kamagong. The next group to present their project is Group Apitong. Are they ready? So the members of Group Apitong are Jose Benjamin Jokson de la Cruz of the Philippines, Dong Roy of China, Chalernphon Nucleothai of Lao PDR, Nguyen Phuong An of Vietnam, Alexandra Parthina Papadopoulos of Sweden, Sting Sun Han of Cambodia, and Ismail Mod Adib of Brunei. I think they're not yet ready. Are they ready? Okay. Here they are. Apitong. Group Apitong. Group Apitong, please come up the stage. Group Apitong.
is the next presenter.
Oye, qué bueno sería que los que le pusieron música, bueno, es mucho más, ¿cómo se llama? No susceptible de que le pongan música. Oye, qué bueno sería que los que le pusieron música en el baile de zapato, como aquella canción como es. En la fiesta de Blas, en la fiesta de Blas.
Let us wait for a while. They are making some corrections to their presentation. Here they are, Group Apito. Shall we skip Group Apitong? So we will give them 2 minutes. And then if they're not yet ready, we will proceed to the next group. Okay.
Oye, qué bueno sería que los que le pusieron música, es mucho más, ¿cómo se llama? No susceptible de que le pongan música. Oye, qué bueno sería que los que le pusieron música en el baile de zapato, como aquella canción como es. En la fiesta de Blas, en la fiesta de Blas.
Next to Group Apitong is Group Tindalo. Please ask them to get ready. Okay, here they are. How about a round of applause for Group Apitong? The first half may stay at the other side. 3 of you, I think. The 3 of you, you may stay at the other side. Another 2. Okay.
Every time we wrote a song, it was just a hit. That was unbelievable.
Good morning, everyone. We are a group of Pitong, and our presentation today for the theme conservation and protection today is about soil-based microbial fuel cell-powered air temperature data logger. As we all know that there are lots of factors that affect the rainforest, such as humidity, light intensity, precipitation, and one of the most important factor, temperature.
So according to the title of a writing that we look on Google, it's called the rainforest. The temperature stun the rainforest. Rising temperature can reduce the rate of growth of the rainforest. It can make the rainforest stop absorbing carbon dioxide and slower the photosynthesis. And therefore, instead of, absorbing carbon dioxide, the system of the rainforest would turn into big machines that actually emit carbon dioxide. Therefore, it harms humans' life and destroy the rainforest.
To protect and conserve, we need a lot of information about the rainforest, such as data and statistics. We can get much information by fieldwork, but it's very time-consuming, especially if we want statistics over a time period or in different places of the rainforest. We can get data about the changes. If we can get data about the changes in the temperature, we will know how, for example, climate change affects the temperature in the rainforest, or if any natural disasters occur, we will know if the temperature increases, decreases, or if it has no effect on the temperature in the rainforest. By having a lot of information and statistics about the temperature, we might be able to see connections with other changes in the rainforest. For example, changes in and adaptations in different species.
So we would create a device that would measure the air or the humidity and record the temperature and send it directly into scientists' computer for them to analyze or analyze and know about the temperature or how they can help prevent. Yeah. It's really important for the scientists to know what's the temperature or.
Our project aims to help improve the data collection so that scientists will know what to do and somehow we can prevent the rising of the temperature to know what is happening with the rainforest. And our project will serve as the data collector firsthand, while the satellite gives a bird's eye view from above.
So our title is actually
microbacteria fuel cells, so which means that the device is powered by MFCs or microbial fuel cells, specifically by unmediated fuel cells like the soil-based MFCs. So it's like this. Well, the device would collect data for scientists or for researchers so they could analyze this data, and this data could be published for us to know what is happening to the rainforest right now, because like what we said before, temperatures actually have effects on the rainforest itself. So next slide please. So there are two parts for this device: the microbial fuel cell, which powers the device or the power source of the device, and the air temperature data logger. This is just an example of air temperature data logger. The thing that our device would modify this air temperature data logger so that it would get power from the MFC. Well, this kind of air temperature data loggers get their power from batteries, but we could modify this logger so we could get the power from the MFC. Next slide, please. So the methodology for this project is that the device is placed in a certain spot where the device records and stores data every 3 hours. So why every 3 hours? Because sometimes the rainforest, why is it called the rainforest? Because the rain is very, it rains in the rainforest oftenly. So the rain could actually affect the device itself. So it's best to measure the data every 3 hours. Then the data can be collected by researchers or scientists themselves or other people that would want to know what the data or the temperature of that certain spot where the device was placed. Then this data could be interpreted and be correlated to different parameters, or like if the temperature actually has a correlation on forest fires, does the temperature affects biodiversity and other factors that affect the rainforest itself.
Our project aims to help improve the data collection for global forest surveys. Our project will serve as the data collector firsthand, while the satellite gives a bird's eye view from above.
So yeah, in summary, our project is about creating an invention that actually can help and, like somehow inspire scientists to think of a solution to solve our current problems. Thank you for listening. We are Apitong.
Thank you, Group Apitong. It's question and answer time. The Board of Judges may now ask their questions.
Congratulations, good presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
What is the advantage of using MFCs over the traditional powered monitoring instruments? Is there any advantage of using MFCs instead of using the traditionally powered monitoring instruments? Meaning to say, why not just use long life batteries when they are available?
Well, sir, the MFCs actually could take advantage of the environment itself because MFCs are powered by the microorganisms living in the soil. So sometimes the battery isn't that effective, or sometimes the battery fails, and somehow MFCs could also be a source of power aside from the battery. So we could we could combine the battery and the MFC itself, so it could somehow charge the battery. So, yeah. So that's somehow, and MFCs doesn't disturb the land or the environment that much, and it doesn't give pollutions because it does take advantage of the microorganisms living right there. Are there any other questions?
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that very interesting and innovative idea. Maybe I would like to learn more about MFC. Could you please explain how MFC can generate power? Thank you.
Okay, how does an MFC generate power? So let's think about this. So humans, they need energy to survive, right? So microorganisms or bacteria also need energy to survive. So they eat those plants, they decompose those plants, and they release the electrons. The electrons, and they produce CO2 and electrons. Then those electrons could be, if those microorganisms would be trapped in an anaerobic environment or in an anaerobic soil, it could actually, you could focus the electrons in a electrode or an anode, which could somehow the electrons would be transported through a system or a circuit where it could power the air temperature data logger, because it could produce electricity. Then the anode part would end in a in a cathode where there is oxygen, because oxygen absorbs the electrons after they pass through the circuit. Yeah, it's like that. They produce energy because the electrons could pass through an electrode.
Thank you for your presentation. Will there be a specific time of the day wherein you will measure the air temperature?
Ma'am, the air temperature would be measured every 3 hours, which was said before. So we could somehow set it from 12 a.m., then 3 a.m. in the morning, then 6 a.m., then 9, and so on and so forth. So why would we need this? Because somehow there are rains in the rainforest, right? So it might affect, it might affect the instrument itself. So we could somehow think about the 3 hours, and there's a span of rains in the 3 hours. There could be the temperature would be lowered. Then there's a sudden high temperature. We could somehow think or hypothesize that there was somehow rain on the forest area right there.
Other members also may want to answer.
Actually, we have come up with several problems about our gadget, such as what JB has said, is like the rain, and there are also problems about animals because they may destroy the instrument, and the local people. So we have come up with a solution that we can change the design of our gadget to somehow make it look like a big rock to disguise in the environment, in the ecosystem, and use water resisting material to protect it from rain.
Are there any other questions? Sir?
Okay, thank you, Group Apitong.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I call in now the next group, Group Tindalo. Group Tindalo is composed of the following delegates: Zoa Jianghan of China, Sean Dominic T. Abella of the Philippines, Mazlan Amar Hasik of Malaysia, Haji Ahmad Nizam Noor Manina of Brunei, Pavasut Tipay Napasawan of Thailand, Onavong Bontida of Lao PDR, and Vu Trong Yu of Vietnam. Okay, come up the stage. Group Tindalo. How about a round of applause for them?
Every time we wrote a song, it was a hit. Yeah, that was unbelievable.
Okay, so good morning. We are Group Tindalo, and our proposal is nitrogen fixing plants to restore rainforests. So, rainforests play a vital role in this earth. They are great carbon sinks, and we need carbon sinks. Why? It's because climate change, a chief cause of climate change are carbon sinks, carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. So we need to decrease the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere by storing them in carbon sinks. Well, there are some carbon sinks like oceans and others, but rainforests are the ones that what we can really do about. So, well, rainforests are facing anthropogenic activities like deforestation, illegal logging. So we need to do something about that. Actually, for us, I don't think we can really do much about it right now. So our solution would be to reforest instead of to deforest, to stop deforestation. We'd rather promote reforestation. Well, they are huge and they need to be noticed. So,
as you can see on the graph here, the CO2 concentration in the CO2 concentration in the air directly correlates to the temperatures. As you can see here, in 2007, the CO2 concentration has reached epidemic level. And this is a real problem. And we need to address it right now.
So our problem, well, trees aren't growing fast enough. And this could discourage the general populace to help us with our cause because they think that it's a problem of the next generation. Since trees need hundreds of years, some of them just tens of years, but they think that it's not fast enough. So we need to find a solution. A good solution could have been to use synthetic fertilizers, but they aren't good enough to help, and we will explain later why. So our solution is
nitrogen fixing plants. Nitrogen fixing plants are plants that could replace synthetic fertilizers. They do this by converting nitrogen in the air to beneficial chemicals that will help with the development of plants and trees. They do this with the help of a bacteria called rhizobium that lives inside the roots of the plants.
So, these are the reasons why we can't really use synthetic fertilizers to help with our cause. Well, first, they're really expensive and they require continuous distribution.
On the other hand, nitrogen fixing plants cost less because they don't require as much energy to distribute. Also, they can naturally reproduce, which makes them sustainable.
Our objective is to introduce effective and efficient reforestation methods using nitrogen fixing plants. Here, we have to select an area in the forest, preferably a clearing, because these places, they usually have very few amount of trees if it's a clearing. But that doesn't mean we should only plant our nitrogen fixing plants there. We can preserve the rainforest by putting them in places where there are a lot of trees already. But to impact the rainforest greatly, we use the clearings. And so we have to plant the nitrogen fixing plants at ideal spacing. And we plant the tree seedlings around these nitrogen fixing plants. So here are some nitrogen fixing plants. There is the Paraserianthes falcataria, native to Southeast Asia, or some of us call it the falcata. There's the Trifolium subterraneum, or subterranean clover, native to Europe, the glycine max, the soya bean, native to East Asia, and the Medicavo sativa, or the lucerne, it can be worldwide.
As you can see, another problem we shall address is the ideal spacing between nitrogen-fixing plants. The ideal spacing is important because it eliminates the competition between nitrogen-fixing plants to other plants and animals and itself. And it also acts as a boost to aggregate the reproduction of the plants. Here are the ideal spacing for some nitrogen-fixing plants. The ideal spacing of Fakata is 6 inches to 8 inches. Soybeans, 2 inches to 4 inches. Alfalfa, 6 inches to 12 inches.
Okay, so our summary. Nitrogen-fixing plants are a good substitute for synthetic fertilizers because they cost less.
They don't contribute to unnecessary carbon in the atmosphere.
They contribute to carbon sequestration.
They help trees grow effectively.
And some of them are actually trees, so hitting two birds with one stone.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Group Tindalo. Other members may now join the presenters of the stage, and all members are encouraged to answer during the question and answer. The Board of Judges may now ask their questions. The other three, the other. Stay.
Congratulations on your presentation. This is more like forest establishment, no? I'm interested. You showed a slide on a comparison of synthetic fertilizers versus nitrogen-fixing plants. So you suggest planting trees along or beside plants that are nitrogen fixing themselves, no? So those that are not naturally nitrogen fixing, how do you propose to fertilize them?
Sir, I think you misunderstood. What we are doing is we're replacing fertilizers with nitrogen fixing plants. It's because, as Vu said, they're taking nitrogen in the atmosphere, then they're enriching the soil with the nitrogen, which is a macronutrient required for tree growth. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a nitrogen fixing plant to grow, but these nitrogen fixing plants we're planting around the trees enrich the soil to help the non-nitrogen fixing plants grow. The nitrogen fixing plants help the non-nitrogen fixing trees grow.
How will the non-nitrogen fixing plants get the nitrogen from the nitrogen fixing plants?
We explained a while ago that there is a microorganism called rhizobium, and it is the one that does the process of converting the nitrogen into a beneficial chemical needed for tree growth, and it releases a bit of the carbon of the nitrogen onto the soil so that it can benefit the whole soil. So it enriches the soil, and with that it will assimilate with the will assimilate with the trees that we're growing around the nitrogen fixing plants.
Okay. So yeah, thank you. So for you, we know that there are other macronutrients that are required by plants, that only nitrogen. So you are looking into augmenting the nitrogen that's going to be available for your forest trees. How about other nutrients like phosphorus? Can you think of other microorganisms that can be helpful also for the forest trees to avail of other nutrients like phosphorus or potassium in the soil instead of using fertilizer? Thank you.
Okay, fertilizers, usually they are mainly composed of nitrogen. It's because nitrogen is the most important. And since it's like they can't get enough of the nitrogen, there's no, so other macronutrients like phosphorus, we weren't really focusing on other microorganisms because the one that impacts the most are the nitrogen fixing plants. And we say it's the most efficient because the soil already has enough of the other macronutrients. So nitrogen, since we can't get, the trees need a lot of them, we can enrich the soil with more nitrogen. And other macronutrients, we didn't really focus on that because they are not as important as nitrogen.
Actually, in most of our forest soils, I think most of them would be acidic and highly, ulty soils. They are well-weathered soils. So phosphorus is also a main problem in many of our forest soils. And just to add, mycorrhiza could be very helpful. So it's a fungi, okay, that could have also association. So aside from bacteria that you have for nitrogen fixers, so fungi can also be very helpful. So this is just for additional information for the group. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Can you give other nitrogen fixing plants that can be incorporated in the trees in the forest aside from those species that you have mentioned?
Mainly we have some plants like peanuts. Then there are we didn't include it here because I couldn't find any innovation for the ideal spacing for them. So peanuts are actually really good. Actually, lots of legumes are nitrogen fixing plants.
Other members may also answer.
I also like to contribute. So clovers are popular for providing nitrogen to the soil. And also legume beans and other plants.
We also have references that actually these are just the ones that we stated here are the special plants because they are the ones that meet with our requirements, which are they have to have rapid growth because if we want them to work as good as fertilizers, they need to grow rapidly. So these are the ones that we picked some that could grow rapidly, and the other ones there's actually a whole list of plants and species in our references already. But we just highlighted the ones that grow rapidly and can contribute the most to the rainforest.
Okay, thank you, Group Tindalo. We are through with the first set of presenters, but still early for lunch break. It's just 10:30 a.m. So we will move on. So the next group to present their project is Group Kawayan Kiling. The members of Group Kawayan Kiling are Brian Alric Laruda Yu of the Philippines, Yu Dongyu of Korea, Romli Aisha Nurain of Malaysia, Yu Han of China, Adila Fathani Dafa of Indonesia, and Nguyen Huyen Trang of Vietnam.
Hello. We're from the group Kawain Killing, and we're very honored to be here today to present about our projects. So here it is.
So good morning everyone. So here is our topic, a synthetic wood plastic composite, underground cattle ranching, and eco-survival box as an innovative tool for protection and for the rainforest. Next slide please. So protect and conserve rainforest in 3 steps. So role of rainforest is usually carbon sequestration, provide raw materials, and then maintain water cycle, and then provide food, and then maintain climate mitigation. Next slide. So threats of rainforest is basically deforestation for raw materials, and then after logging, the land becomes barren and the soil loses its nutrients. So the objectives of this study is to construct a synthetic wood plastic composite to replace raw wood, underground cattle ranching, and make a device that helps a plant survive in severe conditions. So the significance of this study is to construct wood plastic and then cattle ranching and then construct an eco-survival box that could increase the survival rate of the plant. Next slide. So why do people use wood? This is because wood is cheap, readily available, strong, long-lasting, low density that is used for boats and for paper, furniture, and others. So woods decay, and when woods decay, the carbon stored in it will be released and can't be used for raw wood anymore. Next is plastics. Plastics are hard to decay. They take billions of years to decay. So how about if we mix the wood decaying and the plastic to make a better material? Slide please. So our hero is synthetic wood plastic composite, or the SWPC. They are made of completely recycled plastic and wood and are used as a substitute for raw wood to decrease the logging, and this can be used by the private companies or government for the construction. So why should we use the SWPC? This is because it is more durable, easy maintenance, water resistance, and long-term investment. Well, of course, this material is actually more expensive at first. However, because of its more durable, stronger, easy maintenance, weather resistance, as the year progresses, it is actually cheaper because of its long-term investment, because this wood is actually better than the raw wood.
Okay, so besides from the 2 mentioned solutions that we have proposed, cattle ranches also account for 18% of the deforestation worldwide. So here we have a solution to this problem, which is the underground cattle ranch. So here we have the design and the purposes. Next slide, please. So for the design, we have used because there are many areas that have been damaged by our human activities. So it is important that we do something about it, and we should use these damaged plants to build and construct our underground cattle ranches. So because we want to grow trees and grasses on top of that, so we're going to dig a hole, not a hole, but a ranch at the depth of 3.5 to 4.5 meters, because the average depth of the roots of the trees is actually from 2.1 meters to 2.7 meters. So this is a suitable depth for underground basement. Also, you just skip the first part. Can you do it back? Okay, so in order to grow trees and grass properly together, we need to have some solution to separate them so that the grass wouldn't interfere with the well-being of the trees. Next slide, please. So in order to make it easier for farmers and ranchers to transfer the animals, it is best that we have a sloppy engine so that they can move easier. And aside from that, in order to make animals breathe easily under the ground, so we should have more like air pipes. And to save the environment and also be eco-friendly, we should provide it with solar and wind energy for lighting. And for the food, we can get the grass from the top of the ranches, and also ask farmers for their straw or thatches. Apart from that, we can also use the waste of these cattle to do the plantation. Next slide. And here is our draft of what it will be looking like. So there's a tree part where we go tree, and then the grass, and then the underground ranch. Next slide. So the purpose of this ranch is that it benefits the damaged areas. It provides more space and more plot for tree planting, and also maintain the quality and quantity of ranching. And it's also improved the tree's qualities by providing it with the waste of the cattle. And it also provides more habitats for more species like animals, insects, animals, and other plants. Next, please. However, the cost for it wouldn't be too. It's kind of high, but there are some solutions. So here are the costs. The cost is that we can. The cost consists of digging the ranch, facilitating and equipment, trees and grass seeds, food for the animals, and the workers' salaries. So for the food of the animals, we can ask the farmers as well as other kind of farmers to provide us with more grants and thatchers. Yeah. Next one.
So after protecting the rainforest, we will now learn how to conserve the rainforest as part of our project. Next slide. So this is an eco-survival box. So actually, this cover here is a thermoplastic polymer wherein it has the ability to be super hydrophobic and super hydrophilic. So at night, when the air is cold, this cover here will have a process called a condensation, and without water droplets, the water will go down here as stored here in the water as shown. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next. So actually, there's a wick here, and this wick here is tied to the water tank. So this wick here is a rope wherein the water will pass through the wick. So this gray here is actually the water, wherein in the nature there is a capillary column, wherein the roots of the plants are forced to go straight down. This actually strengthens the plant's roots' ability to grab more water since it is going down, and since it is following the hydro property of the water. Sorry, please. So this is actually from the literatures as retrieved. So as you can see, the land is very barren, and with the help of this box, the tree grew to a healthy tree. So the summary of our system is first the protection, basically replacing raw materials to a synthetic wood plastic composites, and then the color ranch, and then to conserve by using an eco-survival box to hasten reforestation. So the conclusion of this is that wood plastic and the underground cattle ranching could lead to less logging, and that plants using eco-survival box, we can have faster reforestation to barren lands. Next slide.
That's it for our presentation. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, Group Kawayan Kiling. Other members are now requested to come up the stage to join the presenters. Again, every member is encouraged to participate in the question and answer. The floor is now open for questions from the Board of Judges.
Congratulations, very interesting. They're interesting concepts. Wood plastics. How much energy will you use to produce wood plastic composite? Do you know?
Again, please.
Yes, please.
Again.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Pardon.
Oh, how much energy, do you know how much energy it will take to produce 1 unit of wood plastic composite?
So actually, that wood composite is actually a long-term investment because at first, of course, it uses pressure and what they call this high energy. However, because it is stronger, more durable, more weather resistance, it is actually better than raw wood in long-term effects.
Okay. I'm interested more with underground cattle ranching. So, is it not going to be very expensive? You know, just excavating the underground ranch will be, you know.
Yeah, I agree. It can be expensive, but I think we can cut down on the money that used to facilitate. Like at first, we should have the trial and then see if it works, and then if it works, then we can raise more money, and because it's like a sign, so it should have. I think it deserves more attentions and fun for it.
Where are you proposing to build the underground cattle ranching? Is it in the forest or is it in the lowland pasture lands?
In the forest.
Anywhere.
Anywhere that is suitable for the animals to live, as well as the place is damaged, so it doesn't really interfere with other surroundings.
All right. Last question. Maybe those guys would like to answer. Where do you get the sunlight for underground cattle ranching?
There is there are some holes in the so it's getting from solar energy, and the sorry. It's solar energy that there is a semiconductor that light and the electricity, and electricity still light the sun, and the underground is the floor, and it's top floor and secondary floor, and he says a semiconductor, so we can change the electricity to light, or some from solar energy, and or the bright mushrooms, kind of that.
I'm just wondering, what would be the main advantage of having an underground cattle ranch as compared with you just confine your cattle in a smaller area?
Because if we're the grounds are already damaged, so we still need that much land to feed or to pasture the animals, right? Because there's still demands for meat and everything like that. So we still need to maintain the quality and the quantity of it. So I don't think that cutting down on the area of cattle ranching is a good idea. So we came up with this underground thing so we can both stabilize the quantity and also grow more trees for the rainforest. That's our answer.
But don't you think that you will still occupy a space even though you are underground?
Sorry?
Still you will occupy space even though it's underground, right?
But it would be less than putting them all on the ground.
It will be less?
Yeah, like you wouldn't waste that much space because
Go on with your explanation.
because when you put them underground, they don't have to. They just have to sleep and then just do most of their thing there. They can just go out and we just transfer them out for pasturing and yeah. So it's to be the same.
Yes, but it will be the same as putting them in a limited space because you are telling that your intention is to confine them. She mentioned that your intention, your group's intention, is to confine the cattle in a limited space. So we're just thinking that it is just the same as putting them in a limited space, not in an underground, because making underground ranch will be more costly and perhaps more damaging to the environment.
I mean, like if we do it like this, you can see that we can do three things in one. We can grow food for them, we can grow trees, and then we can have like the ranches right under. So it's easier for the farmers, and also it also help with the guarding the forest, because there will be people at the ranch and they will like pay attention to the forest, so it will stop the logging, the illegal logging somehow. Yeah.
That's group Kawayan Killing. How about a round of applause for them? Thank you, Board of Judges. The next group to pitch their project is Group Anahaw. The members of Group Anahaw are the following: Ashul Korni Muhammad Hazim of Malaysia, Tran Min Huyen of Vietnam, Pawarisa Sitishai of Thailand, Sitik Tia Che of Cambodia, Chen Meng Fu of Chinese Taipei, and Francis Jether S. Yao of the Philippines.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are here to talk about our research on protection and conservation of the rainforest. So first, let's have a background on the importance of rainforests. They are a habitat to diverse animal species. They are the chief contributors of carbon sequestration and oxygen production, and they affect the water cycle.
So currently, the rainforest is affected by anthropogenic activities, and one of them is deforestation. So deforestation is actually destroying the forest in order to fulfill human needs. As you can see, the forest is being cleared for various reasons. For example, the Amazon is currently being cleared in order to make room for livestock and also agriculture.
So there have been many actions concerning on the protection and the conservation of rainforests.
So legislation in order to stop deforestation is important because we need more organizations. For example, ASEAN heritage parks. We need more organizations in order to help us create more algorithms. We need more organization in order to help to support any incentive to stop deforestation.
But usually, as you can see, campaigns and any encouragement programs are actually quite ineffective due to the society's unawareness and their underrating of our current situation, such as the deforestation and such.
So the most effective way that we should solve this problem is by enhancing the growth of trees. And by that we mean because the forests are now cut down, so we should replenish the amount of the trees by planting even more. So you can see that hundreds of thousands of seeds are produced each year in the rainforest, but not all of them germinate because of the barren land conditions in the understory layer of the rainforest, and there is less sunlight. So even if there are many seeds, not many of them become seedlings, and even if them become seedlings, not many of them become tall trees. So what we should do is enhance the production of the germination and becoming trees by we can put the seedlings into labs or nurseries by ourselves, and we could do processes to make them germinate even more. So these are things that scientists thought of to increase the germination rate of the plants. First one is using gamma rays, and this process is done to plants like maize and tomatoes, and what we're going to talk about here is okra. And you can see under doses of gamma radiation, the pod length of the okra has increased, so that means it's growing better. But the problem about gamma radiation is that it causes mutation in the genes of the plants, so it will cause maybe effects in the health of the organisms that interact with it. And another solution is maybe magnetic field. So they put magnetic fields of 0.1 hertz to 100 hertz on soybeans here, and we can see that 10 hertz the growth rate is the best. And also there is more chlorophyll in the plants, and also more fungi and bacteria in the soil. But this process could not be done in the rainforest itself due to the not portable things that we use to emit EM waves, and it is maybe it will cause effects to the environment. So what we should do is we should go back to the basics of germination. It depends on light, temperature, and nutrients. So we could control the most appropriate light and temperature conditions of the plants, and we could put in more nutrients for them to grow better. And one way to get more nutrients for the plants is by biochar. And yeah. So let's give a little background of biochar. So biochar is actually a 2,000-year-old practice by ancient farmers. It was also known as terra preta. After years of being missing, it was finally rediscovered in the Amazon. So biochar is simply made from biomass. Any organic waste will do, and it will be put through a process called pyrolysis, which is a process of heating with the absence of oxygen. And with that, we can get biochar. As you can see from the picture, it is a biochar stove. With this stove, you can actually not only make biochar, but also biogas and biofuel. So now the benefits. The biochar gives a lot of benefits to the trees and the environment, but we are only going to focus on the ones that are related to protecting and conserving the rainforest. So biochar actually helps increases soil fertility. With biochar have pores which are conducive for microbes to live in, and these microbes produces nutrients for the soil such as phosphorus, and it will later increase the rate of plant growth. And it also absorbs water. This will make it easier for the plants to get water, since the water source is actually closer to them. And another thing is that biochar also absorbs carbon dioxide, methane emissions, and nitrous oxide emissions, therefore reducing the harms of plants or trees being affected by any greenhouse gases. So this is actually how biochar works. As you can see, the CO2 circulation, some will be absorbed by the trees and the other will be absorbed by biochar. And if there is any carbon releases from the soil and not being absorbed by biochar, it will be reabsorbed by the trees. So the amount of carbon dioxide will be controlled. And besides that, biochar is actually multitasking. It is actually absorbing carbon dioxide and also increasing the soil fertility, providing nutrients for plants. Therefore, we can see how biochar and trees can actually work together. And now you can see the application and the results of using biochar. How do you use biochar? Is that you simply bury them in soil where you want the plants to grow. So as you can see there is a picture of a farmer using biochar, and as you can see the results of using biochar. The picture on the left is no biochar, and the picture on the right is with biochar. As you can see, there is a big difference in the rate of plant growth and also how green the plant is, which makes the plant healthier and also can last longer. This is actually important for us to protect and conserve the rainforest. As a result, biochar can be used to can really increase soil fertility and also the diversity of rainforests.
So for our formulated solution, first we aim to collect dipterocarp seeds. Why? Because they are huge and a common family tree in the rainforest. They could also contribute to the expansion and climate resiliency. And we aim to collect them because its germination actually takes at most 3 years based on some researches. And so if it takes long for them to grow, it would also take long for rainforests to expand, not long till they get deforested. So when we collect the seeds, we aim to put them in processes such as soak them in boiled water and isolate them in chambers with white light, because white light is actually our alternative to sunlight. During the night, we isolate them overnight to improve the germination. And at last, when it stops its germination, we can finally apply the biochar to improve the incoming tree.
And also, when we're the process of germination, we could test like the method that we just mentioned earlier about the magnetic field or other methods. Just try to make it grow quicker so that it can grow into more and bigger trees. And it doesn't have to be the dipterocarp trees. It could be any other dominant species in the rainforest. We could use this way to try to increase the area that it grows in.
Time is up. Thank you, Group Anahaw. Other members, you may now join your group mates here at the stage for the question and answer. Again, every member is encouraged to participate in the question and answer. The Board of Judges may now ask their questions to the group.
Congratulations. At last, I see a slide on Mount Makiling that really connects the presentation to the field exposure. But my question is, maybe I missed it, how are you going to collect biochar? Is it going to be collected from, the forest, or is it going to be produced by the project?
So how we gain biochar is actually by collecting waste biomass and put them in a process that process pyrolysis, and it will create biochar. So since organic waste can be easily obtained, so for us to get more biochar will not be a problem.
Do you know how the proposed seed treatments using gamma rays and other light treatments that you're proposing, how does the cost compare with traditional seed treatment practices, such as just by cracking or nicking or boiling?
The gamma ray production, the gamma ray solution we talked about is just at a theoretical process. It's just we don't use it in our daily lives. It's and it has many side effects like causing mutations in the plants. So it has a long way into being usage of daily life plants. So I think it will not replace the ordinary processes we do in the daily lives. It's just something that we could think about.
Okay, so congratulations to the three presenters. Well prepared. You are all well prepared for the presentation. So maybe I would like to give you a chance to present what is your main take-home point or your main conclusion for your presentation.
Like many people have done find ways or solution to conserve and protect the rainforest, but for some organizations they have set the goals and government have also aims, but it doesn't seem to be so effective. So we have come up with the idea of enhance the growth of the trees.
No more questions. Thank you, group Anahaw. Let's have one more group before the lunch break. May I call in now the group Bagtikan. Group Bagtikan is composed of the following delegates: Joseph Carl C. Salva Jr. of the Philippines, Wang Yujong of Korea, Mai Philippa Paul of Sweden, Zhao Peiwen of China, Tio Xiangjun of Brunei, and Sun Pinchuan of Chinese Taipei. They are on their way now, I think. Here they are.
Good morning. Conserve and protect the rainforest by Team Bagti. No, not yet. No, go back. No, back. Okay, I'll just say next. Thank you. Let's try it one more time. Good morning. Conserve and protect the rainforest by Team Bagtikan. Rainforests are now endangered due to some anthropogenic activities such as logging and all. So this results into a worsening effect on our global climate. That is why countries from all around the world are pooling its own resources to solve this problem. And thus there is this thing called climate change negotiation. Next, please.
Ever since Rio 1992, the United Nations has been pursuing a global voluntary agreement to reduce climate change. The third conference led to the Kyoto Protocol with targets of climate gas, which is also called as greenhouse gas emissions, which was adopted in 1997. Recently, in December 2015, the COP21 in Paris resulted in improved methods to report actual emissions and against the climate changes.
Given the large impact of rainforest on climate change, international initiatives to support countries with large rainforests are high on UN's agenda. The final draft of the binding Paris Agreement on climate change directly and boldly addresses the necessary role of the world's forests, working in concert with carbon emission cuts to slow the march of rising global temperatures. Among the advantages of this approach is that it involves large resources in almost all the countries in the world. One disadvantage is that it is voluntary, which means that the possibilities to force countries to contribute are limited.
Through this, we would be able to conserve and protect our rainforest through the two methods that we have proposed. One of them is, next please, engineering. Next please. Agroforestry combines the shrubs and the trees in agricultural and forestry technologies. And one example for our project pitching is to incorporate the ignorant tree and the soybean, since both of them have nitrogen fixating bacteria. And next please, we have the hydraulic engineering. As you can see, that it has a unique terrain. So it is concerned with the flow of conveyance of the fluids, particularly water and sewage. Extensive use of gravity, such as the motive force, to cause the fluid movement. And it is applied by some indigenous Native American farmers hundreds of years ago. So with these two concepts, we were able to come up with one, next please, engineering design. So as you can observe, that this engineered design is actually situated in the highlands, and the soybeans and the ignorant trees are in alternate position on a terrain that is modeled in such a way that it looks like this. So in this engineered design, the flow of water would directly go to the soybeans, so the soybeans will be the first one to absorb the water, and if there is going to be excess water, it would run off to this area, which will be then absorbed by the inga tree. So next, if there would be, this area would then lead to a trench that would go downwards into the lowlands to provide a source of water for them, such as a process of irrigation. So what are the benefits of this engineered design that we have come up?
Alright, so the first benefit would be the fact that the inga trees and the soybeans have nitrogen fixating bacteria. So what do nitrogen fixating bacteria do? Well, technically they take nitrogen from the air and convert them into ammonium compounds or nitrate compounds, which would then be used by plants as nutrients to grow. So as there will be an excess of these nutrients, they'll run, and as there's rain, the nutrients will then run off from the highlands down the trench to the lowlands, which would then supply the crops with nutrients. Furthermore, leaves from the inga trees will also fall off eventually and will also follow the same trench down to the lowlands and then decompose and also give more nutrients to the crops in the lowlands. So what does this mean for the highland area. So the agroforestry highlands, we could call them as a nutrient factory where they give nutrients to the lowland areas. The second benefit would be the fact that the inga tree seeds can be dispersed through this trench. As the inga seeds fall down and as it rains, the water would then bring along the seeds along the trench and be dispersed all around. As these inga seeds disperse and as conditions are met, they might germinate and become new inga trees and increase the potential of them becoming a secondary rainforest.
But if you don't want a secondary rainforest, you could use a filter which wouldn't go all the way up in where the water comes. So then the nuts would stick in the filter and the leaves would come to the lowlands.
Thank you. And finally, down to my final point, the fact that the water from highlands only go to the lowlands through this trench would mean that it will not pass through any foreign water bodies such as lakes and rivers. So any runoff nutrients would never run off to any of those mentioned bodies, and therefore eliminating the risk of eutrophication, which might kill marine life in those said bodies. And now I'll pass it to...
Next, please. So the second method is public awareness. Next, please. And in this case, we're going to talk about ecotourism. Next. So it is a kind of tourism where the goal is to protect the environment as good as possible and also generate income to the local inhabitants. So in this case, it would be relevant to have a ecotourism where the rainforest is the main attraction. The first part of making this possible is education, as well as it was in the improved agriculture. The people who would work with the ecotourism would be taught different techniques to live a greener life and also how they could make the industry sustainable. When they have got their education, they could educate the tourists about what they have been taught. For example, the important role which the rainforest has in the climate. Two more advantages would be a conserved biomass and the job opportunities would increase, which could lead to a better economy. Next, please. Conclusions. These discussed methods could lead to a conserved and protected rainforest, since the improved agriculture would minimize the necessities to tropical deforestation, and the ecotourism would protect the rainforest and also spread the important role of the rainforest which it has in the climate. But an important thing to mention is that it is hard for a single country to solve one of the biggest problems ever, the greenhouse effect. But if we all cooperate and do our very best, we could solve the problem together. Next, please. And here are our references.
Thank you, Group Baktikan. Again, question and answer portion. All members are encouraged to participate in the question and answer. The floor is now open for questions from the Board of Judges.
Thank you for your presentation. How would you intend to educate the people? You mentioned that you will be increasing the awareness of the people. How would you intend to do it?
Well, through what is discussed by climate change negotiations, we could let rich countries go to the poor countries to educate them with familiar agricultural techniques that would help them sustain their own agriculture and thus would improve their own economy as well as the 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 rainforest would not be harmed, since what people are doing, they're slashing rainforests to make way for agriculture. But as we know that rainforests could not be used as agricultural land, since rainforests are acidic soil, and agricultural plants could not thrive in acidic soil. So this is a solution for that. Thank you.
Yeah, with regards to your, by the way, congratulations to the group for a very clear presentation and a very good outline of the presentation. Regarding the first method, engineering design, so naturally, we know that the uplands is connected to the lowlands through the riverine system. What would be your innovation for your engineering design to transport the nutrients and water from the highlands to your lowland crops? That's your first one. Okay, so any idea, any suggestion? Thank you.
Thank you. So our highlands to lowland is not using a natural river, it's using an artificial trench. So it's dug out, so it's only one specific path from highland to lowland. There'll be no other ways, as it's a direct way. So it won't connect to other bodies of water. So to avoid eutrophication, and then and so the nutrients will only pass from highlands to lowlands. Yeah.
You will build canals, some sort of that to.
In a way, yes.
Okay.
Congratulations. Oh, sorry, I startled you. Sorry. One question that I have is based on the original design that you have, delivering water downstream or on the lowlands, is there is an assumption here that your agroforestry in the uplands will produce water. Please explain a little bit more about that.
Sir, can you repeat the question?
If I remember your slide on where you have the agroforestry up there, and then you have a trench, you deliver water to the crops, no? So you have here an idea that says agroforestry will produce water.
Like in the agroforestry, there are like rainforests, and rainforests have a very unique water system. So where there are rainforests, there will be more clouds and then more rain. So yeah, that's where the water will come from.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Group Bagtikan. How about a round of applause for them? Thank you, Board of Judges. So at this point, we will have a lunch break, and we will resume at 1 o'clock. The delegates will have their lunch at the art gallery, and the local invited schools will may claim their meals at the registration area. Our
Okay, good. Group Jade Vine, are you here? You're the next presenter. Group Jade Vine.
Every time we wrote a song, it was a hit. That was unbelievable. Every time we wrote a song, it was a hit. That was unbelievable.
Okay, we will start in about 10 minutes.
Magandang hapon. Good afternoon, everyone. We shall now resume this project pitching activity. The next group to present their project is Group Jade Vine. The members of the group Jade Vine are Mai Hu Quang Vin of Vietnam, Ong Miat Nong of Myanmar, Bang Jong Hyok of Korea, Feng Yun of Chinese Taipei, Aimee Cueva Lamoste of the Philippines, and Suharyadi Ramadan Adzin of Indonesia. Group Jade Vine.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Group J Bank. We are going to have a presentation for you. These are our team members. And our topic is about silviculture and fire breaks in preventing forest fires.
Next slide, please. So our project is actually inspired by this picture. As you can see, this is a picture of a burnt forest in Spain with living trees in the middle of the forest. So these trees are called buffer trees. They are actually trees that are resistant to fire. So forest fires can be caused either by a natural cause, which is lightning, or human activities such as slash and burn, which are for agricultural purposes. So if this involves cutting trees and burning the area. So if the fire couldn't be controlled, this could turn into a big forest fire. So as you can see, forest fires can be really devastating. Its damages amount to about $665 million per year. And it can actually threaten wildlife and even the health of the people living near the rainforest and even their lives. So more importantly, forest fires emit huge amount of carbon dioxide every time there are fires. So this forest fire in 1997, it led to the biggest annual jump in carbon dioxide ever recorded. So forest fires don't happen every day, but if they do, they have really huge effects, especially the carbon dioxide emissions, which we know have been driving global warming and climate change. So an example of this is the Indonesian forest fire, which the haze actually affected its neighboring countries. So the Indonesian forest fire was actually caused by a slash and burn method for agriculture. So they weren't able to stop the fire, so it turned into a really big fire, and it wouldn't last only for a day or days, it actually lasted for weeks. And this Indonesian forest fire is said to emit more carbon dioxide than the annual carbon dioxide emission of the United Kingdom. So, yeah. So, from this, we have incorporated the concepts of silviculture and fire breaks in order to stop or minimize the effects of forest fires. So what is silviculture? Silviculture is actually the science of growing trees in order to use them for forest resources. So in this case, we are using fire retardant plants, which actually refer to the plants that are not plants that resist fire. So examples of these are deciduous trees and hardwood trees. Fire breaks also refer to this is a row of land wherein all the vegetation are uprooted, so that if a fire starts on one part of the forest, it wouldn't spread that easily to the next forest. So In positioning the fire breaks, we have to take into account the topography and the fire hazards of the area. So, for example, if the forest is on a hill, we should take note that the forest actually doubles its speed uphill for every 10-degree incline. So, knowing the topography would let us know the best place where to put our fire breaks and our fire retardant plants. So, this is an example of the area. So this actually is the fuel break, wherein this part has no vegetation, and the surrounding areas would be planted by fire retardant trees, so that the fire wouldn't spread that easily. So silviculture and fire breaks are effective ways to prevent forest fires because they minimize the spread of fire and therefore make carbon dioxide emissions and damage costs less.
Droughts may cause forest fires too. If the area is dry enough, a forest fire may occur in this area. So we can prevent forest fires from stopping droughts. Large areas of rainforest disappear every year due to forest fires. But forest fires benefit the ecosystems in the rainforest because the forest fire will burn big trees and the small seedlings can grow up faster because they won't be able to fight against the big trees because the water and sunlight and nutrients. So this increases the tree growth rate. This is my idea. I want to make a machine that can set fires and put down fires easily. This machine can detect the number of plants, and if the amount of plants reaches a certain amount, the machine will set fire. And it also can put out fires when the plants are insufficient. This is the flow chart of my machine. So we can increase tree growth by using this machine, and we can benefit the ecosystems. The machine is on the ground, and there's a plane flying around the forest. And the plane can detect the number of plants and send messages to the machine. And the machine can set fire to burn down the forests and take balance between the big plants and the small plants. These are our references. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Group Jade Vine. Other group members may now come up the stage to join the presenters. Again, all members are encouraged to participate in the Q&A. The floor is now open for questions from the Board of Judges.
Congratulations. This is a very bold proposition, no? To make fire and also a machine to put out fire. So, um, of course, the question is where and when. No? Where and when to make fire, and where and when to put out fire. Thank you.
If the plants grow too fast and the big plants will absorb most of the nutrients, so we need some fire to burn down them. So the small seedlings can grow up faster. And we need to put out fire because when it is, there will be a balance between the big and small trees. So there won't be harm to the forest.
Okay, so yes, I agree with Nell. This is quite a very bold proposition. I'm just wondering, how can the machine ignite and extinguish fire? I mean, we just answer how. What would be the process or?
It may set fire by like ancient people, and there will be a part of the machine and that can make like this, and there will be fire, and it can put out fire by pouring water from the air.
Are there other questions? No more. Thank you, Group Jade Vine. Thank you, Board of Judges. The next group to pitch their project is Group Almasiga. The group is consisted of the following delegates: Baek Jihon of Korea, Bajan Dionela Jitka Kinangoran of the Philippines, Koei Ting of Chinese Taipei, Moni No of Myanmar, Muhammad Amin Adiba Shamina of Brunei, Samavatni Im of Cambodia. Friends, let's welcome Group Almasiga.
Hello, we are Group Almasiga, and we are trying to present we are trying to talk about the preservation and conservation of the rainforest. Our content is first roles of the rainforest and causes of deforestation, illegal logging, and then prevention of illegal logging, which will be the main part we are talking about. First, rainforest. Rainforest is much crucial to our lives. It helps a lot for our lives, such as it regulates our climate and prevents soil erosion. And also it provides habitat for animal and plants and home for indigenous people. And most importantly, it fulfills human needs such as the resources and where we can enjoy and all the things like that. Deforestation's main cause is probably from illegal logging. According to the FAO, estimated area of 7.3 million hectares of forests are every year lost due to these reasons. And WWF mentioned that illegal logging is one of the most important part why deforestation is happening because of human needs to fulfill them. Illegal loggings. These two are the picture of illegal loggings. And illegal logging is harvesting, transporting, processing, buying, or selling of timber in violation of nature laws. These are some examples of illegal logging rates. And if you look at Indonesia, it estimates that up to 90% of logging is illegal. Next, please.
So how do we stop this? Well, one way is that stopping illegal logging is very difficult because the businessmen would like to spend less money on getting their products. So this is why they are becoming more greedy and they would do illegal logging so that they don't need to spend enough money. And the government is trying to come up with many solutions and to restrict these problems.
So here's our device. So this instrument would fire impulses of laser lights, and then the sensor inside that would measure the time by which these pulses would bounce back to the device. So since light moves at a constant and known speed, the device would be able to compute its distance with respect to its target with high accuracy. So by repeating this in quick succession, the instrument would automatically be able to formulate a complex map of the area by which the area that it is scanning. So this map would be automatically forwarded to the officials or the ones responsible for the monitoring of the area. Next slide. So this is how the map would look like. So each green pixel would represent a tree, and for every time that a tree is cut, the color of the pixels would change. For example, this one. As you can see, some pixels are colored green and some are colored brown. So the change in the color indicates that there must be some logging happening. For example, this one. And then if there is a color change in the pixels, it will be immediate. The people responsible for the management would be immediately informed about it so that they could do the necessary actions.
So this is the parts for our device. This is the container that contains decomposing bacteria and dead leaves. This is the source of our source of power for our device. So we are actually, the decomposing bacteria would decompose the leaves, and this would produce methane. And the methane would turn the fan, and then this would be connected to the motor, and this would just fire up the device. The sensor head is where the laser is placed, so it would rotate 360 degrees to scan the area.
We also made a detecting device using water pressures because when the tree, first let me show you what is this. This is a machine that will help to detect changes by using the change of the water pressure. The way that we detect the water pressure is when the tree is cut, the leaves that are trying to do biosynthesis will not no longer need water, so the pressure from the leaves are not gonna happen. So the pressure is gonna change from the water so that we can detect where are the illegal loggings are happening. So we got this idea from Topher White, an engineer who created a device that can also detect rainforest in another ways. This is the first model of our teammate, our Taiwan teammate, Taipei teammate made. Next, please. Next, please. This is the model that we thought it was too complicated at the first time, so we simplified it so that we put a pipe in the tree, and by using the pressure meter, we know if the tree's pressure is changed. This is a picture of a tree stem and tree's trunk, and this is a pipe. This is only for showing purpose that if we really apply this, the pipe will be very thin so that it won't affect tree that much. And also by from Taipei friend, it say that from the pressure from the A, which is tree trunk, is it goes up as the pressure of the B also goes up, and this is model to detect the water pressure. And this is a procedure of the water detecting device. First, this is the procedure, and the data will be recorded every hour automatically so that we can know when the illegal logging is happening. And this is what finally think about combining the water pressure and also the light sensor. When we say this is the whole forest, there will be some places that is range of scanning by the sensors. And this one circle means how much one sensor will sensor. And the blue, mountain, this icon means that a position of water pressure device. And by using the water pressure device, we think that when the illegal loggers come into the water pressure device, and there will be fence between it, so that when they cut the tree, the sensor will come and the door will be closed so that the illegal loggers can be trapped inside this water pressure device. So we think that this may be the one solution from preventing the rainforest illegal logging. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Group Almasiga. Other members may now join your group mates at the center of the stage. Again, all members are encouraged to participate in the question and answer.
Thank you. Congratulations. Quite an interesting concept there. Are the sensors and the pressure monitored?
Yes.
Are they remotely observed? I mean, if you are the one in charge, can you detect the changes in pressure and the changes in the radar image or the laser image when you're out, not in the forest?
Probably laser image could be sent by any sending device, and also the water pressure device will send the detection alarm to the center where they could be, so that they can know if illegal logging is happening or not.
So you have a warning system, something like that, an alarm system.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you for the good presentation and interesting project. Uh, can the device that you are proposing monitor large area or just a single tree?
The first that we think is the razor, like the razor scanner can scan a lot of like the both projects, like different solutions one has some disadvantages and advantages. Like the first radar scanning can scan a lot of places, but it may be not that specific. But when you use the water pressure device, even though we cannot do it to all trees, some places will be specifically secured. So we think that we combine both those two, and so that we can use it.
Other member, you want to answer?
Okay, so thank you for that very innovative proposal. I'm just wondering, you are using piezometer to determine evapotranspiration. Yeah, you have a piezometer to determine evapotranspiration, isn't it? Yeah, in one of your slides there, evapotranspiration. Yes. That's where you inserted a tubing into the xylem of the tree.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So, what is the purpose of measuring the rate of evapotranspiration?
Sorry.
Yeah. What is the purpose of measuring the rate of evapotranspiration?
The purpose is that if we know the water pressure that's going, the water pressure is caused by the transpiration, and if there is no tree, transpiration won't happen. So if someone is logging the tree, is cutting down the tree, and then transpiration won't happen, water pressure will drop down, and then it will alert so that the manager will know what is happening there. That is the purpose of having the piezometer. Yeah.
Congratulations. Perhaps one last question. I like the map. And you mentioned every pixel is one tree. So what is the size of the pixel?
I think we mispresented it, and probably the pixel will be. What we were trying to say is that the pixel is not matter that much, because if it is not that much big, probably if it is like 1 square meter, it'll be probably easy to. What we're using this razor scanner is to do that is if the pixel is changed to green to brown. So if the illegal logging is cut, we're trying to see the difference between 2 color changes, so that we think it is available for any sizes that we can still detect the color changes.
Thank you, Group Almasiga. May I call in now the next group to present their project, Group Pagsahingin. The members of Group Pagsahingin are M. Arif Zikri Muhammad Hazik of Brunei, Lee Diok Haing of Korea, Doang Phong Ni of Vietnam, Hu Sai Chia of Chinese Taipei, Pacris Nicole Bettina Pascual of the Philippines, and Bjorn Ricard Sandstrom of Sweden. Friends Group Pagsahingin.
So, good afternoon to everyone. Here on stage with me is Group Pagsahingin presenting our project proposal, Eco Shoes at the Rainforest. So, first of all, we know that rainforests are one of the most important resources we have in the world. That's why preserving them is really a great thing in fact. So, because these rainforests are the largest sequestrators of carbon in the whole world, and if this carbon would not be sequestrated, we all know that climate change would worsen, and which would eventually lead to the planet's destruction. So in this presentation, we will present some of the major drivers of deforestation, some international communities' efforts on preventing it, as well as our project, which would eventually enable anyone to help preserve the rainforest.
Logging. Logging companies cutting down rainforest for the trees. Trees then transform to the market where they are sold. So, from the market, trees are going to industries where, in the industries, trees are they become, for example, paper, for example. But the biggest problem with logging is unsustainable logging. Unsustainable logging means that you cut down trees without replanting any. And fortunately, in most countries, unsustainable logging is illegal. But so, since it's illegal, unsustainable logging is mainly caused by criminal groups just logging for the money.
Next is mining activities. Mining activities is also one of the causes of deforestation. Precious metals are usually found in the rainforest. Extracting these metals are a destructive process. Mining needs a large plot of land. So rainforest is being cleared to provide this land and its transport system. Next is urbanization and settlement growth. Urbanization or modernization leads to an increased land usage. This land is needed to build more infrastructures such as schools and hospitals. Rainforests are being cleared to provide these lands to build new infrastructures.
Agriculture. Agriculture is one of the biggest causes of deforestation. It's one of the biggest causes of deforestation in the rainforest, especially here in the Philippines. Farmers are cutting down rainforest for the plantations, to make room for plantations. And the problem is that the soil is very poor, so poor with nutrients. So you can't use the land for so long, just a couple of years. And after a couple of years, these farmers need to move the plantations to other areas with new soil, and soil with better nutrients. And so when all nutrients is gone on the first plantation, they move to the next plantation. So they cut down more rainforest for next plantation. And yes, and one of the most common methods is the slash and burn method. It means that farmers cut down trees and then burn them, so to make space for crop plantations. Yes, removing rainforest isn't just bad because you remove homes for animal species. It's also bad because when you burn trees, you releases carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. Carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas, which means that it contributes to the global warming. Yes, we need to decrease the amount of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. Not, alright. and not we need to decrease the amount of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, not increase the amount by removing those organisms that can provide those organisms that can absorb carbon dioxide through the photosynthesis. As you can see, the slash and burn method is really bad for our climate, and we must increase the amount of rainforest on Earth's surface, and we will tell you how later in the presentation.
And now we know the rainforest has been destroyed, but many countries try to protect the rainforest. Like Indonesia, they announced a law that if the work will hurt the rainforest, they will not do it.
And other countries such as Brazil and Norway also has their own ways to protect the environment and especially the rainforest. And as you can see, groups all over the world is having their own ways to protect the environment. And as individuals, we also can make a difference. Can you change next? Okay. And our proposal today is the eco shoes, and it is a special type of shoes which is suitable for forest trips, such as eco tours or hikes. And the design is similar to ordinary rubber shoes, but with an extra removable sole. Do you know the sole at the bottom part of the shoes? Yes, the ingredients we are going to use to make that extra layer are basic organic matters such as dead leaves, or manure, or other industrial bionic waste such as sawdust. And how the materials are prepared? First, they are pre-cleaned and deodorized for hygienic purposes, and then they are shredded and added with minerals, and after that dried. Finally, we have the materials squeezed to form shape. And its principle of operation is that when exposed to moist condition, the sole layer can be easily decomposed and provide minerals and micronutrients to soil and trees. And as minerals and micronutrients are provided, the layer will wear out over time. And we have already predicted the time usage for one layer is about 3 for 2 months until the layer completely wear off. And there are some huge advantages of the eco shoes. The first is the convenient in installation and replacement. The second is as the ingredients and materials are available in nature, it will have a low price of purchase, so that everyone who is concerned about the environment and especially the rainforest can easily buy them on market. And last but not least, they are very eco-friendly. And now Lee will tell you about the distribution of the eco shoes.
So we are going to distribute these eco shoes to these kind of people like farmers or foresters or ecologists who have the most access to the rainforest and the surrounding areas. So we actually believe that these kind of eco shoes can save the rainforest from deforestation. How? First of all, from the perspective of farmlands, because it will provide nutrients to the farmlands, the crops will grow better, and the farmers do not have to move to other areas and cut down more trees, so we can bring an end to the vicious cycle. And from the perspective of a rainforest, it will make the soil of the rainforest healthier, which will actually help trees to grow faster and healthier, which will contribute to the provision of the rainforest.
So our eco shoes, being cheap and effective, are good instruments to help conserve the rainforest. So imagine taking hikes or simple walks across forests, enjoying the time with your friends or your families, or simply the time with yourself. But in the same way, you are helping conserve the rainforest.
Time is up.
So thank you very much.
Thank you, Group Pagsahingin. The Board of Judges may now ask questions.
Okay, so congratulations to the group for that very interesting innovation. Okay, so I'm just wondering, how would you design the shoes? So will it be just the sole, or the whole shoes will be organic?
No, just the sole. We just add an extra sole layer to the shoes, to the rubber shoes, I think. And the sole layer, then this sole layer can be produced separately from the shoes. So you don't have to buy the whole pair of shoes, but you can buy the layers to use to replace with your own layers. Sorry.
So if you use the eco shoes, so you don't need to fertilize your farms?
It will help fertilize the farm, but we hope that we can reduce chemical fertilizer and add them with nature materials so that we will not pollute the soil. And instead of that, improve the impoverished soil, I think.
But you know what happens when you walk on the soil? You know what happens? What happens to the soil when you walk on it?
All those minerals and organic factors will fertilize the soil, eventually making it to become more healthier and to be more filled with nutrients.
Yeah, but you're heavy. So what happens to the soil? How do you solve the problem of compaction, which is probably will neutralize your fertilization, because if the soil is compacted? Or are you going to do the walking before land preparation?
Maybe you can.
Maybe better to do it before land preparation. Huh?
Okay, so like with or without the shoes, we will eventually have to walk on soils, especially if you are a farmer. And what we're saying is that we can help the land to get fertilized faster than before, because you will walk under soils like every day, so
okay,
it will be more effective.
All right. There'll be plenty of time for you to think about how to perfect your ideas.
One last, do you have any idea how much nutrients your shoes will be contributing to the soil when you to contribute to soil fertility?
We don't know the exact amount because we never had chances to calculate how these kind of shoes might give positive effects to soils. But what we can guarantee is that because just like we explained, we are going to use organic matters instead of chemical factors, it will be much more healthier, and it will be more eco-friendly. That is what we can guarantee. And if we can get more specific informations or scientific informations, that will be possible for us to calculate the amount of nutrients that will be provided to the soil.
And we certainly believe that if if the whole world is join hands with us in creating and wearing these shoes, we will contribute large amount to the nutrients in the soil and have a large rainforest.
Do you think, because you mentioned that the soul will only last for like 3 to 4 weeks. 3 to 4 months. I thought 3 to 4 weeks, but still, yeah, you have to change it every 3 to 4 months, right? So, do you think that's wise enough versus having a shoe that is more durable and you have to change it for years?
Well, for a question, I think that because we want to make the people who wear these shoes feel comfortable, so we cannot add a lot of materials in the shoes layer. But the cost of making a shoe layer is certainly cheap. It's not expensive as ordinary shoes. So as we have said that we has convenience in installment and replacement of the shoe layer. So I think that if your old shoe layer wear out, you can easily find a new one.
Okay, just a quick question. What was the basis of your calculation that that sole will last for 3 to 4 months, everyday use for 3? So how did you come up with the number, not 2 months, not 6 months, not 1 year? Why 3 to 4 months?
So, ma'am, we just estimated it because ordinary shoes sometimes wear for about a year, and since the sole of ordinary shoes will wear for about a year, and since the sole that we will add is made of organic matter, we think that the boys will easily decompose it.
It might be 1 month. It might be 2 weeks. No, just kidding.
Okay. Thank
Great,
you,
guys.
group.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Congratulations.
Thank you, group Pagsahingin. Last but not least, group to present their project. May I call in Group Agoho. Group Agoho members are Crislen Cardo Olivares Lizardo of the Philippines, Henrik Adrian Vester of Sweden, A. Hafiz Mohammed Mikali of Malaysia, Anate of Cambodia, Chuchan Dolaya of Thailand, Regita Putri Priscilla Aurelia of Indonesia, and Abad Rahman Khairul Ikman of Brunei. Guys, let's welcome Group Agoho.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Team Agoho. Today we would like to present about mitigating deforestation. So this will be the outline that we're going to present today. So firstly, we would like to introduce you to rainforest. What is rainforest and the role of rainforest? Secondly is the causes and effects of deforestation. And third will be our project proposals, which we will talk about our visions, missions, wood recycling, can of plants and biochars, policy making, and lastly, conclusions. So, rainforest. So I would like to ask everyone in the audience, do you love trees? Because we do. Trees are really important for all living organisms because they break carbon dioxide and turn it to oxygen for all humans and living organisms needed for to live on the planet, including food source and providing shades. Sometimes rainforests are called the lungs of the earth since they absorb carbon dioxide and maintaining the water cycle by producing a large amount of rainfall every year. As rainforests decrease in size, there will be a estimated of floodings or droughts all over different areas of the earth. And lastly, there are important homes to half of the species of plants and animals on the planet. However, unfortunately, every year rainforest has been destroyed all over the world and the size of New Jersey by estimations. And deforestation has occurred for many reasons, varied from cutting trees for woods, timbers, and agricultural activities to making buildings and roads.
Okay. Deforestation. I know that you guys know deforestation, but actually the question is what causes deforestation? Okay. Since the Stone Ages, humans have been using wood as their necessity, such as houses, weapons, and clothes. So hundreds and thousands of years later, which is nowadays, we still are using wood. We use it to make paper, we use it to make houses, buildings, and I'm asking you, panel judges, distinguished guests, and all gifted students, in our future generation, our great-great-grandson, are they still going to use wood? Yes, they might use wood. So, wood is very needed as a basic necessities for humans. So that is why deforestation is occurred, because we need wood. And the simplest way to do it is deforestation. And another one is reason, the cause of deforestation is because the increasing demand of wood. Because human population is rapidly increasing and humans need wood. So the demand of wood and timber is also increased. So that is, those are a few causes of deforestation. Now, the effects of deforestation. First, global warming. And I believe everyone knows what global warming is. Okay, and global warming causes climate change. And climate change causes disasters. Disasters that is very horrible, such as Philippines, the typhoons, and the rising sea levels. This shows that deforestation is, although we got the wood, we got what we want, but still it's bad for our environment, for our future generations. And also, to make a house, we need wood. And so we take it by using deforestation. But we are actually taking the animals' houses because they would not have any habitat left if we cut down the trees. We are eliminating their habitat. So those are some of the effects of deforestation. Next slide. Okay, sorry. So our Agoho team vision is to ensure the survivability of rainforests for future generations, for our great-great-grandsons. And our mission is to mitigate deforestation through making alternative sources of wood. So we are using other sources of wood by replacing it. Okay. So next, the two solutions that we are trying to propose today is first wood recycling, And second, which is canaf tree and biochar. Okay.
Okay, so obviously we won't be able to not use wood, right? It's a necessity. We have to use it, as stated just now. But what we can do is decrease the amount of deforestation that happens by using another wood-like material. Now, a good example for this is composite wood. Composite wood is a material that has the same structural integrity as normal wood. Now, composite wood is a material made out of wood chips or fibers that are bind together to make a strong structural integrity. And it also looks real, meaning it looks kind of close to wood. Now, what the material we can use are the recycled and or reused wood. So these imperfect woods are collected and ground into wood chips. A visualization would be a table. An old table, we will collect that because it's old, and we will ground that into wood chips. These wood chips we will use to create something new, such as maybe a chair. This chair will look new and brand new, as if it's never been used before.
And next we have canaf plants. So what are canaf plants? So canaf plants are fast-growing African plants that are being cultivated and grown in the tropical regions. And also they produce huge amounts of fibers that are being used in wood recycling, specifically the production of composite wood. And so why should we use canaf trees or plants? As said earlier, they produce huge amounts of fiber that is used in the production of composite woods, and that the utilization of the plants would mean that we would not need to deforest the rainforest, because we would be turning the fibers that are produced by the canaf trees into composite wood that acts like normal wood. And then how can biochar help? So biochar is a carbonized biomass that acts as fertilizers. And they can last for as long as thousands of years, because they attract microorganisms that produce phosphorus and other nutrients that the plant needs to grow and be healthy. And so, how can biochar really help in canaf trees farms? And also, when a batch of canaf trees are being harvested and the nutrients were exhausted in the soil, biochar must be applied so that the fertility of the soil would come back, and then a new batch of canaf trees would be planted, and that would reduce the deforestation.
And so right now, these are our project proposals. The first one, we can tell the government to make regulations for some industries that are related to wood, furnitures, buildings, to make wood recycling. And the second one, we can also make canaf tree farms for every Asian countries. The benefits that we will get are increased productivity, increased available wood resources that can be shared by ASEAN plus 3 members, increased economic progress for export. When they are big enough, we can cut them down and we will replant them again, so we don't have to cut down the rainforest anymore. And we can also make our Asian policy. The first one is conduct studies regarding availability of forest lands where tree farms can be planted. And the second one is conduct studies on finding ways how to address some challenges in implementing the project.
So we want to end our presentation with a quote from Aristotle. A doctor makes one healthy, but the nature makes the health, which means the nature doesn't need human, but human needs nature. With that, thank you.
Thank you, Group Agoho. We shall now go to the question and answer portion. All members are encouraged to participate in the Q&A. The Board of Judges may now ask the questions.
Thank you, Group Agoho, for your presentation and for making it for making it for today's presentation, despite the fact that one of your members is sick.
Yeah, our team leader, Henry.
Okay, so how do you think can a regulation be properly implemented? Because there are a lot, like in the Philippines, we have a lot of forest policies, but they are poorly implemented. How do you think can a regulation be properly implemented? Because you mentioned that you can do wood recycling through making a policy or making a regulation. So how do you think can a regulation or a policy be properly implemented or effectively implemented?
So what we can do is have government officials that are strongly want to save the environment, and these people are we can trust. We can have them set to supervise places that log wood to kind of make sure that they really are following regulations that has been set up. Would you like to add anything?
Congratulations. The title of your proposal is Mitigating Deforestation. So what is the role of KENAF farms in mitigating deforestation?
You want to? Okay.
So KENAF trees or plants are produce huge amounts of fibers that can be used in the production of composite woods. And we know that logging is one of the major contributors to why forests are being degraded. And if we if we have an alternative source of wood, such as composite wood, then we would be able to mitigate deforestation as well.
Okay, so thank you for your presentation. Could you please tell us why KENAF? Aside from being a fast-growing tree species, there are many other fast-growing tree species that we have in the tropics. Why did you choose KENAF specifically for this project?
As earlier said, it produces 6 to 7 tons of fiber, which is 3 to 5 times which is 6 to 5 times greater than what a southern pine tree can produce. Southern pine tree is now one of the largest sources of paper, and that KENAF trees produce 3 to 5 times more fiber than they do. So we think that KENAF trees KENAF trees can be one solution to addressing deforestation, because one reason why people deforest is because of paper production.
Okay, yeah. For a plant or for a tree to grow fast, it has to take much resources from the environment to sustain their growth, like nutrients and water. So have you considered resource depletion because of your very fast-growing tree, and you are going to cut the trees and remove the nutrients basically from the system? So what will happen eventually to the system? Have you thought of that one too?
Yes, we have. That's actually where biochar comes in. You know, biochar is like a fertilizer. It provides nutrients to the soil because the microorganisms in there lives in the charcoal, in the biochar. It produces nutrients such as phosphorus. And plants, most plants, every plant needs phosphorus. So that's how the biochar makes sure that the soil is full of nutrients. And also, biochar lasts for thousands of years, to make it clear. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Group Agoho.
Thank you very much for listening.
We are done. Thank you for all your projects. Indeed, we found them interesting, innovative, and of course, relevant to this year's APT JSO project pitching theme, protection and conservation of the rainforest. We hope that those projects will be realized in the near future to solve some environmental problems. How about a round of applause to all of them? So at this point, we would like to have a photo op by group with Director Bio. May we request Dr. Bio for a photo op with each group together with the Board of Judges. Please bring your respective group banner. Yes. We'd like to acknowledge also Director Engineer Egay Garcia, the Director of Technology Application and Promotions Institute. The first group for the photo op is Group Nara. Please bring your banner. After Group Nara, please be ready, Group Molave. Please come up the stage for the photo op. Group Nara. Group Molave, please be ready. Come here at the right side of the stage. Left side, rather, left side. Group Molave. Please bring your banner. Next to Group Molave, Group Camagong, please be ready. Again, please bring your banner. Dr. Finaria of Lego, please come. Dr. Finaria Lego, sorry. Dr. Finaria Lego, please come up the stage for the photo of ACGS. Of ACGS, Dr. Lego, to join the photo op. Next group, Group Molave. Please come up the stage. Group Molave. Next group, Group Kamagong. Group Kamagong, please be ready now. Next group, Group Kamagong. Go up the stage, please. And get ready, Group Apitong. Professor Lee, please join the photo op. Professor Lee of ACGS. Thank you. Next is Group Apitong. Get ready, Group Apitong. Get your banner, please. Is it lost? You forgot. Group Apitong. Get ready, Group Tindalo. Group Tindalo, get ready. Please bring your banner. Thank you. Next is Group Tindalo. Go up the stage now. How about some music there? Group Tindalo. Music, please. Next group is Group Kawayan Kiling. Please get ready, Group Kawayan Kiling. Please bring your banner. You forgot. Next to Group Kawayan Kiling, get ready, Group Anahaw. Please go up, Group Kawayan Kiling. Next group, Group Kawayan Kiling, please go up the stage now. Next is Group Anahaw, get ready. Group Anahaw. Please bring your banner. Group Anahaw. Next, Group Anahaw. Get ready, Group Bagtikan. Group Bagtikan, get ready please. After Group Bagtikan will be Group Jade Vine. Go up the stage, the next group, Group Bagtikan. Get ready, Group Jade Vine. Next group, Group Jade Vine. Get ready, Group Almasiga. Next group, go up the stage, Group Jade Vine. Ay, sorry. Ano na tayo? Almasiga. Oh, tama. Almasiga, Group Almasiga rather. Next group is Group Pagsahingi. Get ready, Group Agoho. So after Group Agoho, every delegate, all delegates will come up the stage for the photo op. stay there. All delegates, please go up the stage for the photo op. All delegates. Quickly. Plus coaches and all coaches, all international participants, and of course the Philippine delegates, including the coaches. Please go up the stage. Thank you, everyone. Our third judge